I don't think they can hear me. You're right. I'm on. Can you not hear us? Can you guys? Can you? Okay. Well, I've been trying to talk to you guys, and you've been having a great conversation, but it's after 10, so let's let her go here. So I'm going to open. Are we ready?
Is there a formal handoff of chairs?
No, that's tomorrow. So Kelly, I'm running the meeting for Kelly, but Kelly's still the boss. Okay, so I'm going to welcome everyone. Today is Tuesday, January the 11th already, 2022. This is a work session of the Pickett County Board of County Commissioners. I have with me in the room John Peacock, the county manager, myself, and wonderful staff, Michaela, who's helping us, and Grassroots, who's always here with us. And on Zoom, I have Francie Jacober, the commissioner, and Steve Child, and Greg Postman, and Kelly McNicholas Curry. And now I'm going to turn this over to staff, and which is Melissa Knight from Human Resources. So Melissa, the floor is yours.
Well, good morning, everyone. I am in the same boat as you all. As you could hear, I'm a little congested, so we'll try to get through this meeting. But luckily, we have Marlene here, Marlene Bettis from Employers Council, and Marlene is going to take the lead to share the results from our employee opinion survey that we did in September of 2021. So I'm going to hand it over to Marlene, and then at the end of the conversation, John and I could wrap up with some recommendations and discussion that you all may have. So Marlene, thank you.
Thank you so much for having me today. Just to give you a little bit more of a background of myself and my relationship with the Employers Council. So I do manage 3 different departments at the Employers Council. I manage employee assessments, career transition services, and then custom opinion surveys, which is where I spend a majority of my time. My background is actually in mathematics. I was a math teacher for 12 years and love data. And then I went and got my master's in HR with a specialization in organizational performance and learning. So now I have the opportunity to help organizations like yourselves to get employee feedback, look at some data, and then say, okay, what do we do with this now? How do we improve our employee culture, employee experience, of course, for greater retention, greater productivity, and happier clients? So that's where we're going to go today, is review your data. If you have any questions at all at any point in time, I have no problem being interrupted. So you're more than welcome just to kind of stop me and ask questions or ask, for us to go deeper on any topics. There will be some moments where I can give you my feedback in terms of the objective. Here's what I see as an outsider. However, is there an interesting story? Is there something else that's going on that you might be privy to that might assist you in being able to look at that data from a objective, yet we always kind of enter in a little bit of subjectivity there when you do know more stories than I do. All right, so we'll get moving, and I'll go ahead and share my screen.
And just on a quick note, Kelly is going to be chairing this meeting from home. I'll be the in-space backup. Thanks,
and
Kelly.
Patty, I have an easy time seeing your hand, so just jump in when you have a question or comment.
Okay, got it.
Mm-hmm. All right. So here we go. So we're going to be taking a look again at your September 2021 employee opinion survey results. And so again, always keeping in mind, and we'll talk about this throughout the presentation, kind of always having that lens in terms of bias, what was going on during that period of time. So of course, between then and now, things may have changed. We have Omicron coming out. So just kind of keeping in mind that time period in which this survey went out is very important. All right, so of course, the first thing to discuss is why do organizations conduct these employee opinion surveys, and how do we handle them as an organization in terms of Employers Council? Of course, the purpose of employee opinion surveys is for growth and development, right? You're going to be growing into new areas that you might be wanting to explore, developing areas that maybe you're already working on, but you want to strengthen them a little bit more. You want to work on your adaptability, meaning you're looking at things people may not be happy with and adapting to shifts in environment, shifts internally, shifts externally, of course, with, COVID and economics, and all of those things. And of course, you're looking at culture. And when we take a look at that culture, of course, is that organizational values. It's the beliefs that employees have, but it may not always be the ones that are stated on your website, right? So if your website for, Pitkin County has certain, here's what we value, it's really in terms of the behavior of leadership, behavior of employees. It's the stories that are being told. It's the patterns of the way in which we do things that really creates culture. Now, when we move into demographics becomes the personal perspective in terms of how they are experiencing the culture that you have at Pitkin County. So when we look at demographics, and we'll talk about which ones we did take a look at here in your data and how we're going to be comparing that particular piece, it's really all about equity and inclusion, right? So the only time you're really comparing departments or comparing, maybe gender or race and ethnicity, anything like that, it's always to see, is there a discrepancy in perspective amongst certain groups of people? And that's the only reason why we're using that, is to say, might be inequitable. People are having a different climate or different experience depending upon where they're at. And then when we talk about confidentiality, so we do use a minimum anonymity threshold of 5. And there is that difference between anonymity and confidentiality. So the results are anonymous to your organization and that we do not share individual responses, confidential to the employer's council because I know who said what. But we do create that third-party veil so that we do not share that information. So that way, anybody who participated and responded understands that it is anonymous, aggregated, it is safe to be honest and candid with their feedback. And that holds true also for open-ended items, which is your qualitative data that you'll be taking a look at. And of course, the goal at the end is just to preview, review that data and then say, where do we go from here? All right, so here's your data from the 2021 September survey. So we did have a 74.72% participation rate, which is absolutely amazing, especially for an organization that's a county, right? So Pitkin County, that's absolutely fantastic. That's a great target to be at. Every year kind of pushing it a little bit higher if you can is great, but I am exceedingly happy with this participation rate that you had. We did have 18 overall categories in terms of overall topics that we asked about, which was a total of 68 multiple choice questions, 5 open-ended items. And then we did look at 4 different demographic categories. We had tenure, position, or department and employee classification. And it's important in terms of transparency to understand what we did is we provided numerical aggregated data. So we were able to see all the different tenure groups side by side to see, are there discrepancies perhaps in those tenure groups in terms of how they responded to these items. So full transparency, that's how we provided the demographic comparison information. Again, completely numerical in percentages. So again, no way to identify particular groups, and each group had to have a minimum of 5 participants. Your overall average was a 3.83. That is considered very positive, which is absolutely fantastic. And your overall favorability percentage, which we'll talk about in great detail today in terms of that really being giving you the best information in terms of how people are feeling, was 70.92%. And what that means is that out of the 269 folks that participated, when you take all of their responses together, so if each one actually completed all 68, right? So you're multiplying how many responses that we have there, 70.92% of those responses were either agree or strongly agree or had a favorable response. So that's absolutely fantastic. Now, I can give you all the kudos right now. You could call it a day and turn off that video, but we're actually not going to finish there. So we're always going to be talking about, yeah, we're doing great in these areas, but where can we improve, and where kind of maybe those target areas that we might want to touch on for the next year or two. So what we have here is these are all of the dimensions that you had in your survey, and then the number of items associated with those dimensions. One of the reasons why it's important to take a look at this is because not every dimension had an equal number of items in it, which means that certain dimensions are going to be pushing that average and that favorability percentage more than others. So for example, when you look at performance management and diversity, equity, and inclusion, they had the most items. They had 6 items each. when you take a look at the previous survey, there was one item within that topic. You had one item. So what you're going to be seeing is that when people are being favorable in regards to, let's say, diversity, equity, and inclusion and performance management, there's 6 opportunities to push that average up higher versus only one opportunity to really impact that average with the previous survey. So we're really kind of looking at how these dimensions are creating bias in that overall score. Again, not a bad thing, just something to keep in mind. It always is very indicative of like the values and what's important in regards to your organization. So performance management, obviously very important, climate, culture, outcomes, diversity, equity, inclusion, all of those that have the higher number, the satisfaction, really important. The more items you ask, the deeper that you can get feedback on those particular topics. We do recommend, kind of updating your survey every few years, just because things change internally and externally that you might want to get feedback on. And I do believe we made some of those changes this year, if I recall, and that's a fantastic thing to do. We did have one item that was reverse coded, which means that when we typically did a 1 to 5 from strongly disagree to strongly agree, we had one item that was worded negatively, meaning you wanted them to respond disagree on that one or strongly disagree on that one. And so it was reverse coded. So that way, when they did choose disagree or strongly disagree, they actually got a 5 or a 4, meaning that maximum number of points. So that way the average and the favorability percentages were truly reflective of what you were hoping to get out of them. And so you'll be able to see that in the results. So something to keep in mind. Okay, so what we have here is 2 examples of the participation by demographics. So the first one was by position, and we also included the percentage there. So you had almost 80% of directors participate, 71 of staff, so on and so forth. Now, it's important to look at these numbers because you see that there's a huge amount of staff that participated compared to directors and then supervisors or managers. So what that means is that you're going to have a bias when you're taking a look at these averages and favorability percentages. It's going to be mostly from the context of the staff. So again, keeping that in mind as you go through the data. When you look at tenure, you can see that it's more evenly split between the groups. You don't have a super large group or a super tiny group. So again, I wanted to show you the differences when you're looking at your participation by different demographics that, when you look at it, you really want to look at, is there a bias? And if there is, I want to understand that and just make sure I'm cognizant of that as I'm looking at the data. All right, so this screen is just more of a reminder in terms of the difference between the average and favorability. So average, of course, is your measure of central tendency. It's when you take everybody's response, add them together, divide by the number of people that responded. It's just saying, here's kind of that middle point that, is trying to describe, where we all feel. The favorability percentage, on the other hand, which is my preferred method to look at data, is really looking at what percentage of folks responded favorably, meaning strongly agree or agree, neutrally, which is that neither agree, neither disagree, and then unfavorably, which is the disagree, strongly disagree. And the reason why I like favorability percentages better is because it really shows you where people are standing along that spectrum of being happy with their experience. So I don't want to use the word satisfied because that's a little bit of a different concept. So we're going to look right now and see how those 2 things work together. So you could possibly, and this is an example from the report, so you can see that it is very data driven, it's numeric, you're not seeing any individual responses. So what I did is I created just a little, snip from that supervision section, and I circled 2 of the items because they have the exact same average. So we had my supervisor treats employees fairly, and my supervisor listens to my suggestions with an open mind. They both scored a 4.21. Absolutely fantastic averages. Kudos, that's great. Your supervisors are doing an excellent job. But when you look at the favorability percentages, so that green piece that you're going to see there, and it's really more, if you can't see the tiny numerics, that's all right. It's really just the size, the length of that green piece. That's your favorability percentage. So you're strongly agree or strongly or agree. So in this case, you had an 81.58% for my supervisor treats employees fairly. And then you had an 83.52% favorability percentage to my supervisor listens to my suggestions with an open mind. Notice it's larger. And to me, that's interesting. To me, that tells you even more in-depth information on these items. besides the averages, right? So those averages could be the same, but their favorability percentages could be different. So you're really saying, but how is that average created? And what does that tell us about those particular items to make them unique, to treat them separately? So in this particular case here, you had almost 10% give a neither agree, neither disagree in terms of treats employees fairly, versus lower than 10%, a 7.81 or 87% for listens to my suggestions with an open mind. Now, when you take a look at those two items, one of them was asking the employees to rate how their supervisor treats everyone, which they may not know. They might have a better opinion as to how I am treated, but I'm not sure how this other person's being treated. Or maybe I know how my friend is being treated, but I don't know about in the other departments. So when you do ask about their opinion kind of from that larger context, you'll see that yellow piece in the middle get actually bigger because they're not sure. That's actually a great response. And some people don't like the yellow. Some people don't like when we offer that neither agree, neither disagree option. But that tells us it's a communication thing. They were unaware. How can we make them more aware that we're treating employees fairly, right? How do we make that something to where everybody understand that that's a goal that we have? And then that yellow piece the following year gets smaller. So really what you'll notice is that the yellow pieces that you see through here are going to be the most interesting and the most actually informative about what we need to do to shift that yellow over to the green. Of course, always wanting to shift the red to the yellow, yellow to the green. And even if when you communicate, even if it ends up creating a larger unfavorable percentage and a larger favorable percentage, you know, like maybe they shift and go half and half, that's okay because they actually have the information to have an opinion. Having an opinion is better than not having an opinion and not having enough communication going through to your employees. Because if you're communicating and then they're truly unhappy about it and are opinionated and give you that feedback, that's just going to be something that's going to be triggering change for you. And that's an excellent thing to have happen. So as we go through this, you'll notice that the unfavorable pieces that you see here on the far right side, that's your strongly disagree or disagree, on average, run about 10% or a little under 10% for almost every single survey, especially when you have larger organizations. You're always going to have that 10%. I'm not saying that's okay. I'm saying there's really no huge concern there. Now, when it starts to go beyond 10%, that's where you say, we really need to start tackling that, looking at it in really more depth and maybe get some more information. In this particular case, when we look at supervision, the only one where it goes beyond that 10% would be, I feel free to talk with my supervisor about things that bother me at work, okay? It's not far beyond 10%, which is great. It has an excellent favorability percentage. It has an excellent average. However, to me, that would say that's something we might want to look at. That might be something we want to deal with before it becomes an issue. So this is about being proactive versus reactive when you're taking a look at a survey. Okay, so again, this was just a little bit about how do you read the data that we gave you? How do you interpret it? How can you use it for action planning to be proactive versus reactive? Any questions so far? Okay. All right, so what I've done here is I did put all of the dimensions and their averages so that you can see kind of where it fits in our very positive scale, so that we can look for targets. And to let you know, previous survey, anytime you have that topic, which is always related to, you know, do you think leadership's going to make change associated with this survey? It's one of always the lowest items or categories in a survey, always. And we're going to talk about why in a moment because you'll see it. Compensation is also typically very low. And normally communication is also very low, but yours was very high, which was really excellent to see that that is a focus and something that they're very satisfied with. But you can kind of see here where, you know, kind of where everything sits, keeping in mind too that let's say, for example, human support, while it's still technically considered a positive average, I would say because it was one of the lowest rated averages, might be a target area to work on this year, or compensation, right? So with compensation, and we'll look at it here in a moment, sometimes you say, but we don't have the money, right? We don't have the money to give everybody raises. So you have to start to get really creative in terms of how are we going to go ahead and help people with that compensation, perhaps from a non-monetary standpoint. What can we do to make them understand that we are trying to give them as much value as they're giving us in return? So it's that give and take piece of it there. Okay. So what I did here, and if you can't read the words, that's actually okay. It's really about the color. So even when you step back, you can see that there's one item in particular that has a very large yellow piece. That is that previous survey question. So one of the reasons why it had the lowest average is because of the fact that almost 43% said, I don't know. I neither agree, neither disagree. Maybe they'll do a little bit with the survey results. Maybe they won't. I am not sure. Again, that comes with communication. So one thing you can do is whatever you do after looking at these results, any change you make that was informed by the survey data, you want to say, we're making this decision because you told us. We're making this change because we heard you. We're making this change because this is what was asked for. This is what we saw. And the more they understand that their participation in the survey is impacting change, that is going to get smaller, and you're actually going to have more engaged employees. And not only are they going to be more engaged, but a part of that, they're going to feel accountable to the change as well because they voiced their opinion. So that one's always low. Performance management, you can see there, that one only had a 54.41% favorability percentage. So again, that might be a target area for this year as well if you were looking for some organizational goals. In addition to compensation in regards to maybe how that's communicated. And then of course, the outcomes, culture and climate, diversity, equity, inclusion, those three were about the same. And again, you can see that that neither agree portion is close to 20%. So kind of more of that communicating piece that they really like to get back from you. But again, this is a really great viewpoint in terms of looking at how were those averages created. It gives you more of that story. It shows you where people are aligned along that spectrum of how happy they are with these particular items. And we, of course, give you in the report all of these dimensions with the individual items with their averages and favorability percentages, so you can dive deeper on each of these dimensions. We're not going to do that today during the presentation because there are 68 items and that would take an exceedingly long time to go through. But when you do see the report, when you have that data, this is how you're going to be looking at it.
Greg.
Arlene, you have a question from Greg.
Yes.
Sorry, no question. I don't know where that came from.
Your hand is up.
Yeah, no, I don't know how it got there. Sorry.
Planning
All
ahead.
right, we'll keep going.
Okay, are there any questions so far?
Excuse me.
Okay. All right, so let's take a look at your least favorable items. So these are going to be your areas of opportunity. So again, when you say, well, what are next steps? How do we move forward? How do we pick goals? I always encourage you to look at this particular list. So this is your least favorable items. And the reason why we use that terminology is because no matter how great your scores are, you're always going to have a bottom 5 or you're always going to have a bottom 10, right? So regardless of how great these averages are, but they are a great place because this is where employees are telling you where they want the most help and change. So when you look at it and you look at the overall themes that you see here, you do see, of course, a lot of things associated with compensation, with advancement, with staff in regards to being adequately staffed. But when you take a look at those opportunities to grow professionally and for advancement, you can see that people really care, right? So when they're unhappy about that, they're saying, but I want to do more. I want to get more involved. I want to have a longer term position here. I want to be more engaged. And so that's actually an excellent feedback to get in regards to the employees that that participated in this. Of course, that internal communication piece, right? So that one is more of a feedback in terms of how things have changed in those last 12 months, of course, with COVID, right? That's that kind of piece that you want to keep in mind. What is the context or environment in which these questions were asked that we have here? But really the great thing to do here is to pick maybe 2 or 3 goals from here or overall themes. And I would recommend picking something that's really easy to do very quickly. one thing, right? And it may not even be on this list of least favorable items. Maybe it's in the bottom 15, right? Like maybe it's something else. But the faster your employees can see you make change and take their results seriously, the more they're going to feel comfortable with, okay, you know, they did this as quickly as they can. Now we can be patient for the items that take longer amounts of time. It might take a year, it might take 6 months. They're going to have more patience because they know that you're working on it. So if you could find something that's a little bit faster, that can be done within a month or some kind of shift, we always recommend that as well, which you can do. And some of these are related to each other. So by tackling one theme, you're going to be tackling various items that you have here. Now, with that said, it's really also important that you don't ignore your areas of strength, because if you moved away from those, you don't want these to suffer next year, right? So in this particular case here, you know, they love that flexible schedule, you know, make sure that that's hopefully something that they can maintain, you know, making sure that those resources are continuing to be there for your employees. That's fantastic. Really give kudos to your supervisors. However you are, you know, if they're being promoted internally, great. Whatever training program you have for them, great. Whatever support you're giving supervisors, great. Just make sure that that continues and that that still remains a focus. Again, because you don't want these scores to go down. And then for this one here, the one that I really like is that I would recommend Pitkin County to others as a good place to work. For this one, there's some organizations that do this on a 0 to 10 scale, what we call like an ENPS score. However, this is very similar and can be used in the same way. When you look at it this way, that 86.19% that said agree or strongly agree, that's your engaged population. They're saying, yes, I'm a promoter. I would absolutely do that. And that is exceedingly high. And that is absolutely fantastic. When you look at the yellow and the red, which was too tiny for the system to put numerics on there, you think, okay, you know, the goal for that particular item, again, is always to do what we've talked about before, which is the red to the yellow, yellow to the green, always trying to increase that green. But this is an absolutely phenomenal favorability percentage for that particular item. So well done. All right, so your open-ended items that we had here, we did have 5 different questions, and those items, those responses that we have were provided verbatims, meaning we don't edit them, by department. So you can see it by each department. We had those items listed for each of those 5 questions, and we did it by question for the whole organization. So you were able to see those open-ended items separated in 2 different ways. It's very important that if they do go back to the departments, I have 2 recommendations for that. One, we don't share open-ended items with departments or with employees because people know what they wrote. And a lot of times that can actually create kind of more harm than good when it comes to that critical piece. Plus they were meant to be sent to you in confidence. So that's not something that they want actually shared with the public. So it's meant to be shared with leadership, maybe with their supervisors, but that's it. I would recommend that if department supervisors or managers, I recommend you don't try to match up the third response with the third response with the third response for each of the questions. It may not be the same person because they may have skipped one of the open-ended comments section. So please don't do that. Additionally, when you're looking at those particular items, please don't try to find out who said what or try to really look at it in that manner. That's not what they're meant to be used for. It's meant to really allow the employee the time to vent and to be personal and to request what they need as an individual. And so this is your opportunity to do that with you and to do that in trust. So if you do see something that you feel like needs to be circled back on, please don't reach out to your employees. I would recommend instead having a message of, I've read all of the comments. We take them very seriously. If you'd like to talk to me about them, if you would like for me to reach out, or if you would like to reach out, you know, please let me know if that's okay. But if they don't tell you, please don't try to reach out to your employees in regards to the open-ended comments. It's their opportunity to be candid. So these are the different questions that we had here. And it was, when you take a look at these comments, another thing you want to look at is, are the comments that are being written, are they supportive of the quantitative data, right? So you don't want to have an item or a particular item, let's say about performance management, have a really high average, but then all you hear about is complaints, right? Or vice versa, a very low average, but all you hear is, really great information. So you just kind of want to make sure that when you're looking at this open-ended items that you go, okay, these themes are also appearing in the numerics in the same manner. And when I went through your open-ended items, I saw that they definitely were related. So that's great. It means that we got some really valid results in regards to, finding that true feeling that we had amongst your employees, which was great. Okay. All right. And then of course, at the end of the survey, kind of that, where do we go from here? What do we do now? Of course, it's immediately thanking your employees. I would really recommend to all of your department supervisors also reaching out to the employees saying thank you, because they're also getting really important feedback that they're also going to want to utilize for perhaps department goals at that level, and making sure that their employees feel comfortable and, being honest and providing that feedback to them. Of course, it's understanding and interpreting your data. And that's what we talked about today is how do you look at the averages? How do you look at the favorability percentages? How do you use them together in order to really try to understand where your employees are at with each of the items? Now, you might find when you do that you think, we didn't get enough information, or maybe I want to know more about performance management, particularly one small piece. I do recommend that if you want to, depending on how many goals you're attempting in a year, you could say, you know what, maybe next month we focus on communication, and you send one blip out. It could be via text, via Google Docs, something like that says, we heard you want us to work on communication. Do you have any ideas? How can we improve communication? Boom. And just have staff send you some feedback and some suggestions. And, the more that you can really ask them for their ideas and then take them in, again, really increases engagement, increases accountability on their part. So that way, if they gave a suggestion and then it goes poorly, they feel a part of that process of resiliency of going, oh, that didn't quite work, but let's try something else. So if you wanted to target something like that as, within your departments or as an organization, using your data in order to know where do we need to go deeper is very important. Focus groups, different things like that. And then of course, action with communication. So it's that whole piece of who's going to be involved, what are the problem areas, what are the resources. It's really kind of creating your SMART goals and just having a really organized, this is what we're going to do. Here's going to be who's held accountable. Here's going to be our target dates. Here's our target goals, and then remeasuring at the very end. So it's really about just making sure somebody is holding the organization accountable for doing something with the results. If employees don't see results, then you start to see your participation rates go down. You start to see disengagement. You start to see, oh, they wanted our feedback, but they weren't really interested. And so that really pushes people away. And it really seems like you have some engaged folks and people who care about the county. So my recommendation is just to make sure that you keep them involved and engaged. All right, so there we are. So you got to see kind of that high level overview of your data. Again, you do have that deeper dive of the individual items, but you'll see it looks very similar to what we have here in regards to the average and favorability percentages that we have there. Okay, what questions do you have for me?
Kelly, I have a comment.
Yeah, go ahead, Patty.
Yeah, John, I'm going to ask you, are we going to have a hard copy? It's really hard to follow this data online. So is that going to be part of maybe our retreat packet or?
Yeah, so all this is going to be included in your retreat packet, and we can provide a hard copy. I thought an electronic copy was
there is, but it's really
posted.
hard to
It's
follow.
hard to follow.
Yeah,
Okay.
because it's great data. I want to thank you, and the presentation was very clear, which I really appreciate. The only thing in the AIS that, I got a little confused on we and staff, is staff we or we staff or whatever, but I believe that over the years, the Board of County Commissioners takes this information seriously. So I want to make sure that we are in that loop. We're not just being told what policies have been made and what programs, but I think it'd be important to keep us in the communication level, because at the end of the day, we are technically responsible for all of our employees, even though we don't have a hands-on directly. But I think these areas of concern will be taken seriously, And I think the areas of huge support will be applauded. So I want, again, thank you for this information, and I look forward to working with it over the coming years, I should say.
Thanks, Patty. Greg?
Yeah, thank you. I'll echo what Patty said. Really, I want to thank the employees for being candid with us. I think we are so lucky to have employees at Pickton County who are willing to share their opinions in this fashion, so we can really take a good look. And my next question, or my question would be, I was looking at, how can we do better? And I think there was the room for advancement question had a fairly large negative. That was one of the probably the second largest negative by far. And I thought, do people not see a way forward, a way to advance in Pickton County? And I thought that can't be this, uniform across the entire board. I'm just wondering, are there specific areas where, people really don't see an opportunity to advance while others, they do? And now, will we be able to drill down far enough, or will John, for instance, or Melissa, be able to drill down far enough to really be able to use that information to help people see how they might progress at Pickton County? I'm pretty much convinced that hiring from within is always so great when you can do it. And I want to make sure we have those opportunities and we're cultivating those opportunities. But yeah, how granular can we get on that without violating anyone's confidentiality?
So yes, so when we talk about those demographic groups that we were looking at, with department being one of them, they do have access to, again, numerical data that would take all the departments side by side and give favorability percentages by department for each individual item. So you actually can see if there's discrepancies in perspective on individual items between the departments, or between tenure, or between any of those demographic groups that we looked at. So it does kind of get down to that granular piece. We don't overlap two demographics together. Sometimes that can be a little too intrusive, but we do maintain that 5-person anonymity threshold for creating even those percentages themselves.
Thanks, Greg. Francie?
Where do we find the whole compilation of data? I'm not finding it.
It should be an attachment on the link.
Yeah, Francie, it should be an attachment in the packet that was sent out, and we are also going to include it in your retreat background information.
And you mean the packet for the county meeting?
Yes.
I could just interject. I actually didn't put it in there because I wanted to
Thank
make
you.
sure you had context around the results and the
Okay.
survey before you saw the data. So I will send it out separately.
It's
So
the
that way
next
now
one
you
that's in
have
there.
context from Marlene.
Yeah,
Oh,
Thank you
my
so much.
fault.
I was
Yes.
like, wait a minute. I looked at
Yeah,
every page
it's-
of that packet. It wasn't
I
there.
apologize. I thought that was attached there.
No, what
Yeah.
Melissa, the thing is the next survey, the community survey, is an attachment. So this one isn't. So you're correct. Francie,
Okay.
you're right. It wasn't on there.
Phew.
There's a lot of data that we're throwing at you today.
Yeah,
Thank
the other
you.
one is gigantic.
Steve, and then I jump in.
So thanks for the explanation of how to analyze this data. I learned things I never would have imagined, like the yellow part of people with no opinion on something. I always thought, well, it doesn't apply to them, or they're just ignorant and didn't, they don't know what's going on or whatever. But it actually, you can read a lot more about what that implies, that we can learn from that, the different ratios of the different colors on the graphs. And that will really help me in analyzing it. So thanks for your explanation on how to read these things.
My pleasure.
So I want to just flag the feedback related to compensation. Sort of coming into this, I generally think Pickton County has a good compensation and some of the best benefits per package. And I'm wondering, are we due to do another compensation study this year in the future? And then I also wonder if we need to kind of attach this with like greater affordability questions, you know, and like how understanding of household budgets better. Because, you know, a market comparison might tell us one thing, but if we're not paying enough for people to feel like they can save or, you know, progress in their own personal family plans or whatever, maybe there's a gap there. Just given sort of the pressure on affordability that we're feeling in the Valley, wonder if that's a way to kind of get better information related to that feedback.
Yeah, so Kelly, I think, Melissa, you're not close enough to kick me under the table, so I get to say what I want here. But so we are scheduled to do a market study again this year. One of the components that we've talked about, and the data is hard to come by, but the Law and Policy Center, for example, does livable wage analyses for our area in particular that takes account of cost of living, but also subsidized services, around transportation and those sorts of things. So one of the things that I think we need to figure out with our consulting group is how we incorporate that data so that this board can consider that when we bring a new compensation plan back. And so that's been part of our conversation.
And does the state demographer's office have any of that info? Does Elizabeth?
The livability, it's really dated, and it's hard to get specific cost of living data. So there still isn't really good information around
We
that.
should ask her if she has any input there.
Yeah. So I don't know if that answers your
When
question,
should we
Kelly.
expect that conversation to come to us for next year's budget, or will that be in the following year?
It would happen ahead of next year's budget, but it would be for the purpose of considering priorities in the budget. So this year, the board did budget a pool of funds. It was a total of 6.5%. We increased retirement match by 1%, which left a 5.5% pool. Right now, we're going to reserve 0.5% of that out for market hotspots and do a 5% across the board. And Melissa, I'll let you talk about the timing. I know you just sent an email on it, and I've forgotten it already, but that will happen early in the year to provide some immediate relief while we go through the assessment in 2022. And I'll let Melissa talk about that timeline too.
And that's a wage, not a bonus?
That's correct. We're actually planning on moving ranges again. So we moved ranges in August, and we'd be moving ranges again, which is really what we're seeing happening in our local market anyway. It should hopefully make the study that we're doing in 2022 easier to swallow.
And are we using outside consultants to help with that?
Yeah. So Melissa, do you want to talk
That's
about
another
that process a little bit?
Thank you.
Sure, yeah. So just to answer John's first question, the wage adjustment for full-time and part-time employees will be effective February 13th, and it'll pay out on the first paycheck of March. So that'll be March 4th. E-team and managers do know that. They were communicated to last week about that. So that's a really huge win for the organization and the employees. And then Mary Kate Valentine, who's our compensation and benefits manager, is going to begin working on an RFP to have consultants bid on the project in terms of a compensation and classification project across the board in 2022. So we'll be working on that in Q1. And then certainly happy to bring updates to the board when certain milestones happen to keep you all informed. And I had one other comment, but with my cold head, I've forgotten it. So.
I can relate. Do you have a preview for some of the, I'm curious about the open-ended question related to additional benefits that employees suggested. Is there anything that jumps out from that reply?
You know what? It's really interesting because what we found is some of the additional benefits that employees are interested in, for example, like tuition reimbursement, is basically when employees could get reimbursed for tuition towards a degree that has something to do with their job. We found that it was more of a communication issue than actually not providing the benefit. So I think that there's a gap there where as an HR team, we have an opportunity to work on some of those gaps in terms of communication. So I know that that was one that came up quite a bit. Can't think of anything else that's jumping out right now.
I think
one other thing
actually
around-
Melissa, if I remember, I think retirement popped up a little bit again, which I think we did proactively address this year. So we'll hopefully see some improvement there. But I agree. There is a lot of the data pointed to, I just think, needs for increased communication and understanding. We have a really comprehensive but also really complex benefits package and option for employees, and I just think not everyone understands everything that's on the table.
Did we see an increase in participation for 2022 in retirement with that 1% jump?
Yeah, Melissa, do we have any data back from open enrollment on the retirement participation yet, or is that data we're still waiting on?
Yeah, it's data we're still waiting on. It first paycheck that it was effective was last Friday, so I don't have that piece of information. As another member of the team that is responsible for that was also sick for the past week and a half, so.
But we will bring that back
Okay,
once
great,
we have the
thank you.
data. Yeah.
And if you would mind,
Other questions? Yeah, Marlene.
just going to say the two kind of themes that really stuck out in regards to that question about benefits. You kind of already hit on them earlier in regards to housing. So there was a huge theme in regards to housing stipend, employee housing. That came up a lot. The other one, I would say, one of the probably second most common that I see here is about childcare and daycare. So support. So a lot of that, like you'd already mentioned, is that cost of living component that we're really reaching out about.
And I'll just note, I've sort of been reflecting on the child care tax credit, which federally has gone away for now. Hopefully we'll come back. But I have been wondering if that's like something we can replicate locally or internally. So I'll just throw that out there as fodder and food for thought.
And one of the things, Kelly, that
Yeah.
the board may want to consider that has not been part of our compensation philosophy historically is to look at specific kind of flat reimbursements around cost of living. That tends to impact your lower paid employees at a, in a more significant way, like if you're doing housing or child care stipends or such, and then you can decide what to base those on, like, a tax credit or what have you. And so that may be a philosophical question that we want to ask the board before we go into this next round of compensation, because we are in a unique market here. There's no doubt.
Yeah. Well, I would welcome that conversation and just, the proof and effectiveness of like lifting families out of poverty and everything with that has been very powerful for me to learn. So yeah, I'd welcome that conversation. Other thoughts, questions, Steve?
When I saw the percentage of the rate of return of these questionnaires, it occurs to me that one reason that we might get a really high rate of return is the employees know that their questionnaires that we listen to them and we respond to them. And we've done a lot over the last few years in response to the questionnaires and trying to improve things take the suggestion seriously and try to implement some of the things that are suggested by employees. And so that would be a positive incentive for employees to answer the questionnaire and, put some thought into it, because they can get an improvement for the whole county as a result.
Yeah, and I think when you get the data, you're gonna see. I think we have been we've definitely paid attention and had very specific initiatives around responding to past surveys. I don't think all employees are aware of that. You'll see that in the data a little bit, and so we can do a better job there. And I think if you don't mind, I with the time we have left, I just want to pivot a little bit to some recommendations for next steps, because I think also as you look at the information, there's quantitative data, which we've gone over today, this morning. There's also qualitative information in the survey that I think is pointing us to the fact that we need to really sit down with employees and have some more focused listening sessions, to understand employees' challenges more, so that we can, it's been easier in past surveys, I think, to pick out specific initiatives, but I think following up on this disruptive period, and in some cases, employees are really wondering, what does fairness look like in a pandemic and post-pandemic world? Kelly, I think the questions that you raised and others raised about what are the challenges of working for this organization and trying to live in or near this community, and how we're addressing that. That, I think, speaks to, I think our conclusion was we need to have some more focused and frankly, professionally facilitated conversations with our employees to bring this board back better information, to peel that next layer of the onion in terms of what should we be prioritizing, and how can we make our workforce more sustainable going forward. And so, we wanted to propose, really as a follow-up, looking to engage a facilitator who's skilled in having difficult conversations, right? And building trust with employees to have these more challenging conversations about fairness, about equity, about the challenges of living and working in our organization, and trying to work towards some solutions there that we can bring back to this body as recommendations for what's the next step, how can we improve on what I think is already a really positive work environment, but as Marlene said, we can always find areas to improve on. And then, Melissa, I gave the high level. I don't know if you want to go into more specifics, but just wanted to get some feedback from the board as far as taking that as a next step to dig a little deeper here.
Melissa, did you want to further comment before we have the board weigh in? Okay.
Nope, the board can weigh in.
Okay, Greg.
Yeah, thanks. And John, thank you. I would certainly support doing that. It occurs to me that sure, it'd be great if we could send Marlene out to do the entire community and the entire workforce environment in our town, the municipalities and just the general vibe, because I'd really love to know how Pitkin County's employment environment measures up compared to the real world outside our doors. Or the outside world, I'll say that, not the real world. I think we're the real world. But I think that would be really valuable, because we're an island in a way in a large community, or a larger universe of employment opportunities and situations for people. and I'd really love to know how Pitkin County measures up compared to them. Maybe there's more info there that I didn't glean, but I don't know how
Greg,
easy.
can
would
I
it be
jump
to
in
do
and
that?
comment?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I wonder if there's some synergy there with the roadmap to resiliency information that Kara's been leading in those stakeholder conversations about our workforce that could glean those answers. I mean, we heard a bit about
Good
the
point.
fatigue and the lack of mobility
Yep.
and all of those things.
So two things. When you get the survey, there is benchmark data in there against Mountain States Employers Council Book of Business, Greg. So it's a little bit broader perspective than just in our valley. But there is benchmarking there so that you can do some of those comparisons. And we had to, it's a lot of data, and so we tried to give the high level overview. And then Kelly, to your point, I do think the roadmap will provide context for how we might interpret what our employees are also saying and giving feedback. The roadmap is at a higher level right now of feedback than the really specific questions. But I think you're right. I think we're seeing some themes that are probably going to be experienced by our own workforce too.
Thanks for that, both Kelly and John. It sounds like the regional thing is probably too wide a net, but it sounds like maybe we'll be able to pull something out of the other one as well. So looking forward to that. Thanks.
And then just to put in there, when you do get those results, you will see, unlike in the presentation that that I did up here, when you get your data, you will see a column that says Pitkin County 2019, and you'll kind of see some of those averages there that are green and red. That was actually your survey data from 2019 in terms of the items that overlapped, so you could see changes. If it's red, it means that this year's went down. If it's green, it means this year's went up. So green means good, you've increased. Red means we've gotten a little bit lower. I'm always trepidatious to tell you when there is a point of statistical significancy in that, because again, 2019 to 2021 fall, you're going to have different people participating, different scenarios, way too many variables to have that side-by-side comparison and to really say, oh, that's statistically significant. So just to be very wary of that. The Employers Council does offer quite a bit of survey data, and I would be more than happy to reach out to our survey department that does that organizational level and community level data collection. So I could definitely look into that if you're interested in regards to comparing your organization or that compensation piece, or even cost of living. I can see what kind of data they have if you'd be interested.
Okay, and then I want to follow up just on one last tactical recommendation that Marlene made, which was a thank you note to our employees. So I wonder, Patty, if that's something you'd like to take over here.
Kelly, thank you for volunteering me, but my plate is already full, so we'll see what happens. We need to talk about having more meetings and more studies and more trainings for staff who say they need more employees. We need to kind of reevaluate the priority system, I think.
All right, Greg, did you have a last thought?
Only that I think it'd be great to have a thank you to the employees, but also with the summary of what they've told us, whether it's a succinct version or maybe give them the whole thing if they're interested, but so they know what we're talking about when we thank them. I think that would be good.
Greg, do you want that to come from the BOCC and Melissa or John, or just from Human Resources?
I think the BOCC should send that one.
So Melissa, you and I can, maybe, and John can spend some time and draft a letter and send it out.
And just so the board knows, we did provide results, and we provided where there was a large enough population, department or area specific results, because sometimes issues identified are different, in a road and bridge shop than they are in a public health shop or what have you. Those may not have been good examples because public health, I think it was too small to have the statistical significance, but so that we could start talking with employees about kind of specific perceptions and such. So that process has started internally, just so you know.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Marlene. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you to all the employees. Let's go ahead and pivot to our 11 o'clock agenda item, the community survey. I'm going to turn this over to Patty. I have to jump off until 1 o'clock to go join the task force on tax policy and present the paper I wrote on short-term rentals. So I will rejoin you all at 1 o'clock. And I'm sorry to miss the next section, but I'll get caught up.
And Kelly, have fun at your tax meeting, and please share your white paper that you wrote on short-term rentals with us. I think the board will find that of great interest.
Okay, will do.
All
Thank
right.
you.
We'll see you later. So I'm going to turn this over to, I believe, Laura Armstrong, and we're going to talk about our 2021 Community Opinion Survey. And I will do my best to monitor raised hands. John and I are going to team up on this for comments and questions. Hi, Laura.
Great. Hello. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Laura Armstrong, Communications Director. I'm here today with Ryan Murray of the ETC Institute to present the findings of the 2021 Community Opinion Survey, which went out to Pitkin County residents this fall. So today is survey day to day. So Ryan will be presenting the results of the survey. In your packet is the complete findings report. There's an executive summary up front, and then there's quite a bit of info in there. Ryan's presentation today is going to focus mostly on the higher level results, but you will also find lots of data on specific services as well. So at the end of Ryan's presentation, we'll pause for questions and discussion to make sure that if you have any specific questions there, we can answer them. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Ryan, who's going to be able to share his screen. There we go.
Yeah, so hopefully everybody can see that. Take the silence or nodding heads is yes. All right, great. So thanks, Laura, for introducing me. As Laura mentioned, I'm Ryan Murray with the ETC Institute. For those of you who are not familiar with us, we are really the nation's leader in market research for local government organizations, doing everything from parks and recreation and community satisfaction to organizational health assessments and transit work across the country for municipal, county, and local government clients. So we're proud to be here today. We're excited to present these results. And with that, we'll just kind of get into the survey instrument and stuff. So agenda for today, I want to talk about purpose and methodology of the survey. Major things to know. So if you leave here today without remembering anything else that I've said, there's just a few things up front I want you to take away. We'll go through the major findings, really get into the analysis, we'll summarize, and then we'll take any questions after that. So the purpose of your survey, as is for most of our community or citizen satisfaction surveys, is really an objective assessment of satisfaction with county services. And we do that through our methodology, which we'll discuss on the next slide. But the purpose of the survey beyond the objective satisfaction assessment is to help determine priorities. So even if you would have performed exceptionally well in all the areas, I still would have developed priorities based on the design of the survey. And that's kind of the inherent design of that survey. And beyond that, we're able to compare the county's performance with other communities, both regionally and nationally, to give you a better perspective or put those results into perspective for you. When it comes to methodology, it was a 7-page survey. It was the 4th survey we've administered for the county, very similar to the previous survey. We mailed it to a random sample of households within the county and then followed up via text message, email, and some phone calling to random sampled households. Each survey took about 15 or 20 minutes to complete, and we completed about 501 surveys with a confidence level of about 95% at the 4.3% margin of error. And for those of you who, maybe aren't overly familiar with that, what that means is if we're to conduct the survey 100 times, 95 out of 100 times, we're going to get these same results, given our margin of error of about 4.3% for the questions where all respondents provided a response. So reliable results to a certain extent, but 500 completed surveys throughout the county. I'll let Laura take this next slide, and then I'll kind of jump back in on the findings.
Sure. Thanks, Ryan. So as you all may remember from when we discussed the survey back in the summertime, we actually ran 2 samples of the survey. So the first was the one that Ryan just described, the statistically valid survey of 500 residents. that really matches up with our census demographics. We then ran a second sampling afterward, and that was opened up to the general public. Really, anyone could take it. We did run quite a bit of outreach, trying to focus on 3 audiences. One would be Pickens County residents who hadn't had the opportunity to take the survey yet. Another was folks who work but may not live in Pickens County. And the other are Spanish-speaking community members. So we wanted to focus on groups that may not be as represented by the general or by the initial survey instrument. We received 300 completed surveys, which exceeded our expectations. We were really happy with that number. But important to note is that when we did analyze the demographics of those responses, we really did not receive a significant number of responses from folks that work but do not live inside the county, or from Spanish-speaking community members taking the survey in Spanish. So the general public survey is analyzed separately, and you will find the results of that in your packet as well. But I wanted to note up front is that if in future years we do want to work on, I think there we go.
I apologize. Yeah, sorry.
All good.
Michaela, can we increase her volume a little bit?
I do want to note that if in future years we do want to focus on really hearing from different pockets of the community that we think may not be well represented by the survey, I would suggest that we try some different outreach and engagement tactics and different tactics to gather that input. So you'll find the results of the general public survey in your packet, but I will note that the results that Ryan is going to be unpacking and presenting here come from that statistically valid sample. So that's a note to follow up on this second survey.
Yep. Thanks, Laura. So as Laura indicated, we're going to be focusing only on the randomly sampled results. Those are our statistically valid results, so those results that actually represent or reasonably reflect the demographic makeup of Pickens County. And so just kind of getting back into this, things to know, there are really 3 major items to know. And the first is that the county does really continue to hold a positive perception with residents. And it's important to understand that almost 90% of residents gave a positive remark when asked to rate the county as a place to live. And over 3 out of 4 residents gave a positive mark as the county as a place to raise children and educate children. Both of those items are above the regional average, with just that place to raise children just a little bit below the national average, but both holding good margins above the regional average for both of those items. So positive perceptions for most, if not all, residents in the community based on those response numbers. And about 7 out of 10 respondents are satisfied with the overall quality of services you're providing. So it's not only that folks have a positive perception, but that you're equitably providing services roughly to all county residents, or kind of regardless of where they live within the county. And that is really significantly higher, 13 percentage points higher than our regional average. So that's also really important to understand that as well. Beyond the kind of 2 high notes, as I mentioned previously, the purpose of this exercise was to develop priorities. And so what we did is used our importance satisfaction analysis to analyze satisfaction importance and kind of spit out a few priorities based on that analysis that we'll get further into later into the presentation. But the top priority for community members is traffic volume and safety on major county roads. And the county's efforts to address affordable housing included quantity and quality, and how well the county's managing growth. Now that top item, there's actually something we can do about that, or there's something we could put our finger on there to suggest, hey, there are issues. It took me X minutes compared to, what it used to take me to drive on some of these county roads. The bottom 2 items are really perception-based issues. And when I say that, what I'm kind of referring to is that the vast majority of our residents in Pickens County don't likely have a really great understanding of affordable housing issues within the county, nor do they have probably a really good understanding of how the county's managing growth. And those are perception items that the county can use the most effective means of communication that we know to be from the survey instrument as well, to really help inform and acknowledge some of the shortcomings from the survey results, but really inform it as to what the Board of Commissioners is doing and what the county is doing to address affordable housing and to address the management of growth within the county. So we'll see that throughout the survey instruments, and I'll kind of allude to that. But those are the things to know. So if you, again, you take away nothing else from today, I hope you take away those couple of items here. But now we'll get into the major findings. As I already alluded to, the perceptions of residents with county services is really high. Most residents or respondents indicated they're really satisfied with the county as a place to work, as a place to live, as a place to raise children, also as a place to work, and as a flourishing natural environment. So just to kind of introduce these tables here, anything in that dark or light blue is a more positive rating, whether it be very satisfied or excellent, off to the far left there. With the red stuff or the dissatisfied or very dissatisfied or poor ratings throughout the survey. So we always sort them the same way to kind of give you an at-a-glance look at which item kind of was at the top and which items were at the bottom. And those neutral ratings are usually going to be color-coded in yellow or gray, and that's really just a passing grade. So it's that we didn't make a positive perception in the mind of the respondent, but we also didn't make a negative perception. So it's just kind of, hey, you're skating by on some of these items with regards to my perceptions. But for the vast majority of respondents, as you can see here, positive perceptions with just about every item on this list here, which is great. Beyond the demographic representatives of the sample, we also geocode the results to ensure we're getting a good number of responses from throughout the county. And then we overlay those results onto a map with these zip code boundaries. And what we do is we take the average or the mean rating for all of the respondents within each one of those boundaries to shade the maps to kind of give you a better idea of maybe if there are any problem areas within the county. And as we can see here, rating the county as a place to live received very satisfied average ratings across the board, which is really great. If we go to the rating the county as a place to raise and educate children, we see the same thing, but to a lesser extent. So folks on this one are more leaning towards that satisfied response versus the very satisfied response. But again, equitably providing most services to county residents countywide, or we'd see some kind of differentiation between some of these results here in terms of zip code. So overall, doing very well. I just like to introduce this because this is a part of your full report. And so I just want to make sure that everybody kind of has a good idea on how to analyze and review these maps. Showing the legend there helps us understand that anything in yellow, orange, or red would be neutral to dissatisfied or very dissatisfied responses in aggregate for that particular area that's shown. When we talk about your overall core county services and initiatives, we're talking about a litany of services that the county offers, or the services that the county helps partake in. And what we see is that the county really received exceptionally high rankings with regards to all of their COVID-19 response questions. And so I've highlighted those with the green arrows there. As you can see, relatively good response rates. The only one that is a little bit below kind of the average is that efforts to ensure preparedness for a natural disaster or crisis. But as we know, a lot of folks are just kind of ill-informed on some of those items. And just again, beating in that communication is going to be a key piece to improving satisfaction and addressing some of our top priorities in the future. We know that our residents might not actually be prepared for an emergency, but it takes communication to make sure that they feel prepared and have those action plans in place in the event of an emergency. But as we can see for those top two items, a vast majority of respondents giving satisfied marks to the efforts to provide services during the COVID-19 pandemic and the public health response to the COVID-19 pandemic as well. So doing very well in both of those areas. We're talking about ratings of Pickens County regarding some of this other issues. When we're talking about overall quality of services, for every respondent who provided a negative response, 7 respondents gave a more positive response. So they were just kind of thinking about that as you group folks into a room. Vast majority of respondents are going to give positive responses compared to their counterparts giving a poor response when it comes to the overall quality of services provided by the county. And so that's where I get that word equitable, and that's where I brought that up earlier, is that you're really equitably providing services across the county, or I would see areas or pockets of neutral here. There's enough respondents within each one of these major categories that had there been concerns with that particular issue, one of these areas would have been shaded yellow, or the mean rating would have shaded yellow. And we didn't see that anywhere in the county. So we know that we're doing very well providing services kind of regardless of where you live at a very high level to residents. When talking about trends, we have trend lines. This is the fourth time we've conducted the survey for the county, so we've got some good trends, but we're looking specifically at your baseline year, and then the previous survey taken in 2018, and then current year 2021. And down there at the bottom right-hand corner, you can kind of see the guide for those working up from the bottom on 2021 to the top to 2014 in that orange bar. And one of the significant differences we notice here is that there's been kind of a significant decrease in the value received for Pickens County portion of your property taxes. And I think it's great that the county included kind of the breakdown, because again, a communication issue with most organizations across the country, regardless if you're a county or municipality. But a big issue of concern for a lot of residents is how much of my tax dollars going to the county versus schools and other services. And a lot of folks just don't have any idea. So it's good that we included that. But we do see some reduction in satisfaction over the past couple of years in that particular item. Whereas we're seeing some leveling off in some other areas. There's not significant decreases between most recent survey, 2018 and 2021. I did want to highlight some additional notable increases.
Whoa, sorry. I'm sorry. I just wanted to go back to that one because I was actually looking at the effectiveness of the 5-member BOCC having dropped. And you're saying that that's not a significant decline? I don't want to bring up a sore subject, folks, but.
Yeah, it is a significant decline of about 7%.
Right. Okay.
So, and we've seen that nationally.
Yeah, Greg.
Well.
Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, Patty, I'm just, I'm counting on you to bring us back up this year.
Well, I'm counting on COVID to go away and make us look really good. I think what was interesting in looking at the other thing that had the neutral, there's a large section of people who did this survey that had a neutral position on this. Probably, in my mind, Ryan, clarify for me if I'm incorrect, is because they never have dealings. They don't watch our meetings. They don't really know what we do as commissioners. So, and I think a lot of, because that was concerning to me because, prior to COVID, we were at 51%, and now we're down to 43%, which I, take direct concern about, and I think you did too, Greg. So, and I don't know, maybe that's something for us to discuss, John, at part of the retreat, is what the commissioners each feel might be a reason why or a reason what we can do in the future.
Yeah, one thing to keep in mind here is that, this item, effectiveness of the 5-member Board of County Commissioners, that's not impacting overall satisfaction in your county. So even if you do become a more effective governing body, that's not going to move the needle on overall satisfaction numbers. It's not going to move the needle on traffic flow or their, feeling of safety in the county or any of those really, truly important services to residents. Right. So although the effectiveness might have decreased, that item is not going to move the needle in terms of aggregate satisfaction or increases in those top priorities moving forward. So definitely something of note, but not impacting overall county service satisfaction.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think the other thing we need to take into consideration is how across the country people are viewing their elected public officials. So I think we're getting some back, some of that is coming back on us because that's just kind of a general consensus about how I feel people across the country are looking at their public elected officials. Yeah. All right, and Francie, I see Francie has a hand up.
Yeah, so Ryan, it sounds like you're telling us that our effect on the county is fairly insignificant.
Yeah, and somebody else mentioned the high number of neutral responses. But again, if we're gauging both satisfaction and importance of this item, the importance of the effectiveness definitely wanes in compared to value of tax dollars and county moving in the right direction and things like that. So even a stark increase in your overall effectiveness in terms of perceptions, like I said, isn't going to move the needle in some of those top priority items that we should be most concerned about decreases in satisfaction in.
And if
after I read the whole thing yesterday and today in quite a bit of depth, I decided I wanted to move over to the sheriff's department.
Yeah.
Everybody loves the sheriff's department.
Yeah. Public safety services tend to fare well.
If I could just offer for the board, this is a point in time. And so you also have to remember, the board was involved in some difficult conversations at that point around land use and whatnot. And so I have a feeling this is a fairly elastic question depending on what issues are going on when this question is being asked, whereas the overall perceptions of the county and quality of services are probably better longitudinal indicators of how the board is doing as really the leaders of this organization. So I just want to offer that perspective for you.
Thanks, John. Steve, do you have any
Thank you.
input? Steve, is there anything you might want to say?
Well, I would agree with what John said. If you read the open-ended comments, a lot of people are commenting about Pandora. So that was when the survey was sent out. That was a topic of interest right then. And maybe the public was viewing the commissioners as indecisive. It took more than 2 whole years to make a decision on that. So maybe that's what they were basing their ineffectiveness thing on. So I'm not too worried about that. It always is low compared to other things. It always rankles us a little bit. We think we should get a higher rating perhaps, but and I'm sure the pandemic also weighs in very heavily on people's perception on a lot of the things.
Yeah.
Which when the pandemic goes away, we're going to get higher ratings just automatically, I think.
Well, and I appreciate you bringing up Pandora, so therefore I can step out of taking any blame for those numbers coming down. So thank you,
Yeah, but I
Steve.
have to take all the blame because it's obviously since I came on and George left. So George is just absolutely delighted with it. And
Yeah, well, and so Francie, there should be a thing on there, which member of the Board of Commissioners is the bravest?
Well, we know that Greg is the most popular since somebody said, yay, he's wonderful. Nobody said that about me.
I missed that. Jeez.
Oh, you have to read more
Put that on
carefully,
the
Greg.
screen. Put it on the screen. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. You have to read more carefully, dude.
Don't put it on the screen.
All right.
Well, I just wanted to say, now I understand why we're not invited to all those fancy parties. But I think if we offer, free popsicles on Thursdays as a new initiative, maybe that'll help us. Thank you.
I'll keep that in mind, Greg, as we move forward into summertime. Okay, can we move forward now? Yes, I'm seeing that we can. So, Ryan, please continue.
Okay, sounds good. And I think one thing to also consider is, well, I'm not sure how good voter turnout was, but also just kind of keeping in mind if voter turnout wasn't great in the most recent elections, then we obviously understand that there's a lot of folks that probably don't know who you are. So again, understanding perceptions, understanding point in time are all definitely good factors to kind of consider with this. But kind of moving on to the notable increases, this is a few items that I think are really important to note here as they relate to the top priorities, which was managing growth and affordable housing. And what we see are 2 items that would suggest that you are pretty efficient because since 2018, we've seen notable increases in house side restrictions and limitations on density. And so it's kind of a juxtaposition between the perception that you're not effective and the fact that some of those actions are actually impacting residents' lives. And so I think that you can see that here. And since 2014, we've also seen those 2 same increases in satisfaction. And one of the reasons that I think that it's important to keep note of the top priorities as we move through the presentation is because when we talk about notable decreases between 2018 and 2014, we do see value received for portions of your property taxes, ease of finding info you want on the county's website or other department websites, which is definitely something to be concerned about as we know communication is greatly linked to overall satisfaction. But what we see also towards the bottom is condition of county roadways related directly to our management of traffic or traffic flow in the county. And then how well the county's managing growth, one of our other top priorities for improvement as we move forward. So looking at a couple of those items, it's interesting how they relate to house size restrictions and limitations on density actually going up in satisfaction, and really residents showing that they're just not entirely sure what's going on with all of these affordable housing issues in the county, because overall you're not managing growth well, but on one end you're able to manage density well. So just understanding that communication is going to take a huge, or should take a huge front seat over the next couple of years until your next survey, ensuring that you're reaching out to respondents or residents in those places that we know where they are, finding them on the path versus asking that they visit our website, which has been a notable decrease in satisfaction over the last few years. Either that website needs kind of a facelift or needs to be just a little bit easier to use and function. But we're also seeing condition of county roadways on here. So not necessarily traffic decreases or decreases in traffic flow satisfaction, but more so issues surrounding these broader issues, and how well the county's managing growth has seen a decrease since 2014, as well as 18, and that's really one of our top priorities. But that can really only be combated in the short term with communication and outreach, letting respondents and residents know what we've been doing, what we're up to, and again, focusing on those communication methods we know to be most preferred or most useful for respondents.
Real quick, Ryan, I'm going to just jump in. I think that that slide, the notable decreases and the notable increases, John, are going to be, I think, great slides for us to have for our retreat.
And
Yeah,
the full list of these tables is in your report. I just wanted to highlight the ones that really play into the fact that residents might not have a great understanding of what the commission is up to with regards to managing growth and limiting density and house size restrictions in affordable housing.
Well, and Ryan, I'll just also say that I can't tell you how many times people ask me why I wasn't at a city council meeting thinking that I'm the mayor or a council member.
Yeah.
So people get a little confused over who's in charge of what, state, federal, local, cities, and counties. So there's a lot of explanation that has to be done.
Yeah, and that's why I thought it was great that we definitely, on this value you receive for Pickens County portion of your property taxes, I think it was great that we included, and I didn't include it here for spacing purposes, but only about 1/5 of your taxes are going to the county. The rest is going, out the door pretty much when it comes to traffic flow, management of growth, and things like that. County's not receiving that funding. So a lot of really good items found in the survey here. But again, I truly believe related to communication downfalls in a few areas. So benchmarks, I want to now show you how you compare to regional national averages. And so this will help put a lot of this into perspective. Some folks might have seen that county as a place to work hovering around that 69-70%. For those of you who remember the horrors of college and school, 69% is not really a passing grade. But when we put those results into perspective, it's a significant increase or a significant difference between both our mountain regional average and our national average for that particular item. As we can see at the upper items, you're definitely beating the regional averages in both as a place to live and raise and educate children, which I think is really important, given kind of the unique nature of some of those mountain region communities, every kind of spanning north to south in some of those areas there. But right along the lines of the national average. So no concerns on this particular table at all. We also saw some suggested improvements or some suggested high levels of satisfaction with public safety services. But again, public safety is at the top here. That's everything from sheriff's office, jail, animal safety, or other services, actually significantly below the national average, and likely because of how stretched that question was, public safety encompassing everything from the jail and animal safety officer services and things like that. So maybe next time in the future, delineating that a little bit differently, making sure public safety is maybe different from sheriff's office services. We might see a little bit of a different breakdown, but in a later table, we'll see sheriff office specific services, and we'll see how those compare as well. But emergency preparedness, pretty far below national and regional averages, especially with wildfire being such a hot topic over the last few years. Definitely something we want to be working with residents on, and how well the county's managing growth. Definitely a problem area. So again, we don't like to see the decrease in the satisfaction with effectiveness of the board. But as you all know, these Zoom meetings are inundated with people trying to speak all the time, and people flooding the waiting room trying to watch these meetings. Pre-pandemic, I'm sure you didn't have people busting down the doors to get in and find a seat for your meetings. So we know that folks are likely to attend these public meetings. And in fact, a majority of residents nationwide only would attend these meetings for a personal benefit. And that would be to either receive a reward or recognition, or see somebody that they know receive that reward or recognition. So folks aren't entertaining the idea of coming to these meetings, and that's why we need to find them where they are to tell them what they need to know, so then we can improve that effectiveness, but also manage our top priorities for improvement here.
Well, I think, Ryan, real quick, I think the one about growth is very interesting when you look at 46% for our mountain region average, and we're at 21%. And if you talk to people, people always say that Pickens County is one of the most strict places as far as growth compared to our neighboring mountain communities. So I think that's really interesting that people, you know, I just think that one is interesting, as I said.
Yeah. And the bar's not very high, and that's where I think the benchmarking really can help contextualize items, is that the bar's under 50% satisfaction there. So the fact we're at 1 out of 5, we're not really as far away as you might see. You know, if 87% nationally were satisfied with how well their community's managing growth, I would suggest that there's a huge problem there. But the fact that we're only this far out, you know, one more person on average suggesting yes would have brought us a lot closer to that average than we are right now.
Steve, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I think in a lot of people's minds, they're confusing what's happening in Aspen versus what's happening in the unincorporated county. Most of the growth that is happening in the county is in municipalities that we have no control over, but people don't realize that, I don't think. And they think, oh, growth is just out of control. There's so much building going on and construction, and we are responsible for such a small percentage of that, but people don't realize that.
Yep.
And if you look at the comments, like the voluntary comments, a lot of those, we actually need to share this survey with the city, because so many of the comments were responding to things the city is doing and not things that the county's doing. So we have to take this with a grain of salt, understanding that.
Yeah, and that's exactly why, sir, I always recommend communication as the key to combat some of these items. You know, you're not going to be able to retract what people already think to be true, but what you can do is form new perceptions moving forward. And because the county might be one of the most restrictive counties in terms of growth development in the region, it's really important to understand that residents throughout the county understand that. And communication and outreach is going to be the best way that we have to ensure that next time the survey comes around, hey, Pickens County's doing a pretty good job, but those guys down the street in Aspen seem to be the problem.
But you know what else, Ryan, in saying that again, that Pickens County is known for being so strict, maybe that's how people interpreted answering this question, that they don't think we're doing a good job managing growth because we're managing growth.
It could be, and I can't take away from that because I don't know. We didn't ask that question. From my experience, it's very unlikely. Growth is increasing and building and permitting large homes, large commercial real estate investments. The concerns are likely that certain municipalities are growing at a rate that doesn't really match what they'd like to see.
Definitely.
So. I might just chime in here as well. One good piece of context for these, the comparisons here between regional and national average, is that the regional and national average data is from polling conducted in the summer of 2020. And so I think, you know, some of the context there on the growth, you know, growth has become such a hot topic in our region. But perhaps in the summer of 2020, that topic might have been somewhat different than our current moment and in the moment that Pickens County community members were surveyed here. So it's just important, you know, that was the most recent survey data set for comparison purposes to the regional and national average, but there is about a year of difference between those dates.
Good point. Greg, do you have your hand up?
Yeah, thank you for that. I think that helps a lot because, you know, from one year to the next, sentiments change dramatically based on what's happening. So that's helpful to know. Yeah, I think there certainly is communication. The interesting thing, looking at counties' efforts to ensure community preparedness for natural disasters, boy, I think we've been communicating, you know, as much as we possibly can on fire preparedness, for instance, wildfire preparedness. throughout the community. And so I almost think this metric is about, our communication's been there, but the uptake isn't there. And so when they say efforts to ensure community preparedness, there simply are, as we're frustrated to find out, there are things we simply cannot do. We cannot mandate people be prepared to evacuate in a wildfire unless there's actually a fire and the fire marshal declares it, or the sheriff. I'm trying to wrap my head around this because it feels as if we've done everything. You talked to Valerie McDonald about all of her efforts to alert the community to wildfire, and this incredible INS system that we have. We've got such a great team, yet somehow the perception is that we're not doing enough. And I guess I share the perception, but I'm not really sure what we can do on this. And I'd love to drill down on it at some point.
Francie, is that
that's a good point?
Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to say that, the last time we had this surveyor ask these questions, we hadn't had a bunch of fires in the area. So now we have. So people feel a lot differently about fire now than they did 3 years ago. And so they're thinking like, oh my gosh, something really could happen to me. Whereas before it was like something that happened in California.
That's correct, Frankie. Thank you. Between the Colorado fires and then also those images of the ski areas burning in California last year certainly did it for me. And I wish I had those videos that I could just show people when we're trying to get their attention, because we always assume it can't happen here, but we know it's going to.
Yeah, and Greg, I think your point, Valerie does an exceptional job. She's known around the state and beyond for getting Pickens County above other standards, working hard. But you're right, it's how her efforts are received by the public and what their response is, and they're taking ownership and responsibility for themselves. And that's the hard part, and that's the hurdle we need to find a way to jump over and help Valerie get us there. Okay, Ryan, I think we can move on. Thank you.
All right, good deal. Yeah, and thanks, Laura, for bringing up time frame of those benchmarks. We do have some additional benchmarks on our website and our dashboards, and I looked up the national average, and it's dropped to 44% with the regional dropping to just under 45.5%. So for managing growth. So a little bit of changes between now and then, but we'll update our full benchmarking over the summer again this year. So kind of moving on here, we're going to go to personal safety, perceptions of safety. So kind of in contrast to public safety services, and I'll kind of just scoot back to that since we've been off of it for just a few moments, significant decrease or a significant difference on the negative side for national average, not so much the regional for public safety services there. But when we're talking about how safe folks feel in the county, again, kind of in juxtaposition to this slide where folks don't feel prepared for an emergency, but they feel exceptionally safe in your county. So again, just a little bit of juxtaposition. Again, more reason for me to assume and to recommend communication and outreach to those folks. And we know that we can we can communicate and contact with the same folks over and over, those folks that are most engaged, but it's important to understand that we're not frequently contacting the vast majority of our county residents. And so making sure that we're doing that and some of these items will help maybe close the gaps in some of these unusual ratings that we saw. Ambulance emergency medical services in the county, phenomenal, significantly above the national average, and traffic safety provided by law enforcement, kind of again in juxtaposition to the fact that one of our top priorities is traffic management, traffic safety still is up there. So likely those speed limits are low and ensuring safety, but so low that folks think that they're getting stalled on the highways or some of those county roads, and I'm just anecdotally kind of saying that. So transportation issues in the county, doing really well in county snow removal, not above the national average, but I don't think that should be the metric. That's everybody from, here in Kansas City down to some of those communities in Texas, they get snow once in a decade. So just kind of think about that for the national average, but that regional average just really swamping the mountain regional average. There's just no comparison there for that particular item. But availability of shared use trails, satisfaction with your bus system, both significantly above both regional and national averages. So doing very well in those particular areas. This is the one that most concerned me, ease of finding information you want on the county's webpage or other department websites. So we're asking now folks to come and find some of this information. You know, please be an engaged participant in our democracy, but at the same time, it's a little bit difficult for folks to jump on your website and find that information we need. Not so much regionally, doing well regionally, but nationally, seeing 10% decrease there. Folks also believe that they have an opportunity to engage with the county on issues important to them. But again, I'm guessing we're not seeing folks chomping at the bit to join volunteer advisory panels or volunteering or things like that at the moment. So there's always kind of that interesting change off where folks think that they have the opportunity to be engaged, but you know, just the actual outreach to be engaged typically wanes there, but significantly above mountain and national averages for that item. So doing very well. Talk about overall opinions of cities and counties, and this is Pickens County results. Overall quality of services by the county, not a significant decrease, but right along the lines of our national averages, definitely above the regional. Customer service received by county employees below the national average. Effectiveness of leadership, and the reason that I saved the last one for last is because it's one of the areas where we saw some decreases in satisfaction, but the overall value received for your taxes and fees still significantly above the national average. So again, putting that into perspective is really important to understand. Almost 6 out of 10 of your residents are satisfied with that item. Nationally, it's closer to about 1 out of 2 or 5 out of 10. So just kind of hoping that that puts things into perspective for you all to understand, especially given our margin of error. We're looking at about a 50-60 breakdown between national average and Pickens County
And then,
results
Ryan,
for the
on
overall
this,
value received.
yeah, on this one, it says local elected officials. It doesn't say the 5-member Board of County Commissioners. So we have to bring in that they may be looking at local elected officials on a broader scope.
Yeah, and this is just the benchmarking kind of
Right.
generalized term that we use for this one. So your results are there. In another community, it'd be your city council members, or it would be your board of commissioners, or whatever it might be for a county. But yeah, that question is just slightly edited for each community that we administer that survey in. And just keeping in mind, the national and regional averages are all administered by ETC Institute using that unique language for each community and then aggregated or averaged out together. Public safety, another area that kind of positions ourselves to think that maybe the public safety question was too involved, had too many items in there, because the overall quality and professionalism of your sheriff's protection, phenomenal. How quickly they respond to emergencies, fantastic. And visibility of deputies in neighborhoods, right along the national average, really beating the regional average, which is quite interesting given the rural nature of some of the county. So very good ratings here. It's unfortunate that we have this one at the very beginning, public safety, and we include sheriff's office in there, which was maybe just something that we should have thought more about, kind of delineating between some of those services that, you know, the sheriff's office puts people in jail. So maybe rating the jail outside of the sheriff's office performance would have been important here. So now I've kind of alluded to this the entire time, but priorities for improvement. This is, again, the intent of the survey beyond the objective satisfaction assessment. So what we asked residents to do for the most part was indicate their level of satisfaction and follow that up with kind of an emphasis or a forced ranking of just a few of the items. So you weren't allowed to choose all of them. You had to choose just a couple, or you could have chosen one or none. But this is quality of life in the county. These are items that residents think that they should receive the most emphasis from county leaders over the next couple of years. So there's a flourishing natural environment, overall sense of community, is a place to live, kind of rounding out the top items. And those are the areas residents want you to focus in most. And so when we look at the important satisfaction analysis, it really weighs those items that are above average importance in terms of percentage and below average satisfaction, and kind of average, you know, pulling those two items together. We understand, and through many, many years of this research and this analysis, by focusing on the items at the top of this list, we're going to increase or boost overall satisfaction with some of those perception related items. So as a place that's inclusive of full-time, part-time, and new residents is important to folks. Overall sense of community, as a flourishing built environment, as a place to work. Those are kind of our immediate priorities, our immediate needs for attention. Some of these items in the yellow are items that if we continue to let those satisfaction numbers slip, importance will inherently begin to tick up there on a couple of those items, and they will become top priorities. As you can see, they're almost at a 0.1, which is kind of our threshold for high priorities versus not. And just as another way to review these tables, items in green do not mean we should be stripping service items. And I know these aren't service items, these are kind of perception items, but we shouldn't be stripping the items in green of funding or service levels or anything like that. It's just that we're serving the needs relatively well. And even dramatic increases in satisfaction in those areas at the green aren't going to move the needle. And that's kind of where I was alluding to earlier in terms of effectiveness of the five-member board. It's not the most important item to residents. It's not going to move the needle overall, even if we do become more effective, quote unquote, with what residents perceive us to be doing. In the reporting, you'll find another example of the same analysis, just displayed in a different way. Top right-hand corner is continued emphasis. Those are some of the areas where it was higher levels or above average importance, higher satisfaction. The areas or the opportunities for the most immediate improvement are kind of the higher importance, lower satisfaction, bottom right-hand corner. Over on the left, everything is below average importance. So on the bottom half of that table, it's less important, lower satisfaction, and up towards the top left, you're exceeding expectations. So lower importance and higher satisfaction. And so for each one of the tables that I'll display on my screen, there should be an associated matrix style graph as well in the report, and just kind of a different way to review the same information for the most part there, just to kind of give everybody an opportunity to see this now versus kind of trying to figure it out in the report itself. So we did this for a number of question formats. So we did it for a number of question responses. So the next one here is county services and initiatives. As we can see here, efforts to address affordable housing, how well the county's managing growth are two of our top priorities. And as you can see, kind of far and away, large important satisfaction ratings out there to the right. But we still have that with sustainable economic development and then kind of waning with a couple of these other items in red. But kind of getting back to my previous point, public safety down here at the bottom, it means that even a stark increase in that 74% satisfaction really isn't going to move our needle in terms of priorities, but we should continue to maintain that same level of service. So even though public safety saw kind of a decrease from previous years, it's not the highest levels of satisfaction. It's not important to respond. It's not because the service isn't important, but because there's no immediate need for improvement to those particular services right now. We can also see efforts to ensure community preparedness for natural disaster crisis kind of falling in the middle. Increases in satisfaction are going to keep that item lower on this particular list. But if we don't continue to kind of work on that in off years or throughout the next couple of years, we'll likely see importance grow as we continue to see the news out west and now in Colorado with some of those damaging forest fires that we've seen. Construction and demolition waste diversion program is our top priority here, and this one's a little bit misleading because there were only a few items to respond to. Everything was kind of rated a high priority, but as you can see, there were only 4 items here. So that sometimes happens in the analysis, and that's why I kind of highlighted the top item. That is really the most important item to folks. It received the lowest levels of satisfaction. It was the second highest in terms of rank of importance, and so it should receive some attention over the next couple of years, but again, unlikely to move the overall needle of satisfaction in the community moving forward. Public communication and outreach. Again, I've harped on the website. I feel bad if somebody in here had, a strong hand in developing that website, but definitely a point of contention for some residents, less than 50% satisfaction, almost 2/3 of your residents saying that's one of the most important services that the county needs to provide. So definitely need to focus on that website. If you redesign the website between now and the next survey, you will see a likely decrease in satisfaction until folks have an opportunity to kind of get used to it and learn that. But we don't want to be saying, hey, all of the information you need could be found on our website. Please go out there and learn about it. We need to be forcing residents to swallow that information in the places where they already are. So we need to be promoting information, promoting decisions that the board has made, promoting county initiatives and things like that, and promoting and addressing the survey results is going to be really important. Focusing mainly on the areas where residents we already know to be. So a couple of these areas also kind of in the red here to a lesser degree towards the bottom. But at the same time, this was another shorter section where we do tend to see higher levels of important satisfaction ratings for many of the items there. Pickens County sense of personal safety, we did have a kind of a clear delineation between a couple of these. Folks generally feel safe in the county. Ambulance EMS services receiving really high marks. What we're most concerned about here is traffic safety. While receiving high levels of satisfaction, important to half of our respondents. County's protection of families from domestic violence and protection of adults and children from abuse and neglect, definitely high on our list. But again, those items have kind of been in the news a lot over the last couple of years, mainly over the last year or so. And so I think that maybe we're seeing a little bit of that, but definitely some concerns in the community with regards to that, and you can see that with the high levels of importance ratings there. Public safety, law enforcement response to mental health issues, kind of going right along the lines of sense of personal safety, those top two items there. So it does seem that there is something to that. But then visibility of sheriff deputies in neighborhoods, we've seen that as kind of a pandemic related priority, seen that nationwide. One of the things that I always tell my clients is that, you know, we have a lot of folks looking out their window all day, but if you turn around for 2 minutes, that could be the point in time of the day that the sheriff deputy drove down your street, or he's doing it while you're asleep. So it's just an opportunity to inform residents. This is how frequently we hit 99% of streets in Pickens County that are county roads, or, you know, just making sure residents understand that there is some initiative, there is, you know, the county's working towards making sure that they're more visible there. It can go a long way in increasing satisfaction and curbing some of the importance items there as well. But how quickly sheriff's officers respond to 911 and emergencies, definitely a perceptions issue, considering a vast majority of your county residents, if not, you know, called 911 and had a sheriff's department officer, you know, dispatched to their home or residence or wherever it might be. So again, a perception issue, just letting folks know what we're doing to kind of move on. Yeah.
Okay, Francie has, Red Francie has a question.
Just a quick thing on that. I noticed when you put those responses about the sheriff's response time on the naps, that of course it was the Crystal River Valley that had the lowest rating there, and that's because they are an hour away from the sheriff's office. Yep.
So that'll definitely be hard to combat. Folks aren't going to want to increase taxes to build, you know, a remote sheriff's office out there. So those are tough issues, especially given how big of a you know, landmass those sheriff's officers are forced to kind of take care of. And it's interesting, and you know, learning about communities across the country as I get to do for work, seeing how other communities doing it, breaking counties up into sections has been something that I've seen a lot. But those are also counties that have a lot more municipal presence there. They're almost fully built out. So it's a very unique situation for Pickens County and surrounding organizations.
I did ask our sheriff about how often a deputy goes to Redstone, which is the furthest town away, and it's every day.
Yeah. So again,
but
like
they probably
I said,
don't realize that.
No, and like I said, if you turn around for 5 minutes or use the restroom, God forbid, you know, you've missed the opportunity to see that deputy drive down your street, and then you think he's just not driving down your street on a daily basis. So definitely perception issues there. A lot we can do with simple tweets and Facebook posts just to let folks know this is what we're doing. A simple picture and 2 sentences can really help curb some of that dissatisfaction or importance there. Here's our #1 priority for improvement over the next couple of years: traffic volume and safety on major county roads. Folks feel generally safe. They think that traffic enforcement is pretty good. They're satisfied with your bus system, snow removal, availability of shared use trails. It's really traffic volume is a huge concern for residents, and I don't know if there's anything we can really do about that. I don't know how feasible it would be for the county to consider widening roads, especially as they go through, you know, places like Snowmass and Aspen, but definitely something to be communicating with residents about. I always suggest that focus groups is a good way to start to understand more about these issues, and I think that's an opportunity that the county could have to gain a little bit more understanding about where the most affected areas are, but definitely need to focus on that particular item. We got another question here.
Yeah, just real quickly, when you say et cetera, I just wanted to make sure. I think Brush Creek Road is perhaps the busiest county road, so not seeing it in there. And also, when we have Smith Hill Way, which is perhaps that intersection, perhaps the most dangerous and a lot of volume. I want to make sure they're comprehensive. Are there the questions involved the names of those roads, or are these just the feedback you're getting and you're pulling the names out of the feedback? I want to I'm wondering if we're being comprehensive here. I assume I know the answer is yes, but I want to make sure I see the busiest and perhaps the most dangerous parts of Pitkin County's roads on there.
Greg, that's a good point. This is the question as it's stated, and I think we can, this has been a question that's been used for consistency purposes with other years, but we can add a more complete list going forward.
Got it. And then the question for John would be, the county certainly is aware of where our busiest and most dangerous locations are that need the most attention. I think our engineering department is on top of that, so I'm pretty confident with that.
John, you agree? John's shaking his
And
head
Prince
in
Creek
agreement.
isn't mentioned there either, and that's seen such a significant change in the last couple of years. I think you got a good point there, Greg.
These are our neighborhoods Francine and I are talking about here.
Yeah.
I live in the city, so, you know, I have a different opinion there. But anyway, okay, Ryan, you go ahead and continue. We have about 5 minutes left.
All right, so community support, a few items there. I'll let you all review that. I want to get through some of these additional findings. So in addition to asking kind of the litany of service-related questions, performing the analysis, we give our clients an opportunity to ask unique questions. A couple of the benefit items, limitations on density, house size restrictions. Folks think that that's a great benefit to the county. I think that's why I harped on the growth and things like that. Managing growth is something that we need to be mindful of moving forward. These items were also the 3 items that I've highlighted here, the 3 items that received the most emphasis or importance ratings from residents in the follow-up question to Q14. So definitely want to make sure that we're focusing on that. Resident level of satisfaction with county priorities over open space and trails. These are also the highlighted items at the top, or the emphasis items that received the highest level of the sum of the top 3 choices, or potentially top 2 choices. And that's protection of public access, ecosystem health, congestion management of parking, increased visitation and overcrowding. So again, kind of going along those same themes, lending to the idea that folks were really thoughtful when they took these surveys. It took about 15 or 20 minutes for folks to take these surveys, which is, you know, a good portion of time. A good portion of your residents spend a lot of time taking these when you think about 20 minutes per 500 residents that took the survey. So a lot of time invested here. I think we saw that in the outcome of the results. We saw a lot of really thoughtful, intertwined or intertangled decreases, increases, priorities, and things like that placed on items that we see consistently throughout the survey that should help develop a communication plan and move forward with kind of some of that in mind. And with that, I'll let kind of Laura close us out, and then I'll take any questions. I'm sorry we kind of butted up against the end of the time here, but I think a fruitful discussion nonetheless.
That's okay, Ryan. Good information. Okay, Laura.
Yeah.
Yep, I'll keep it brief and then we can do some questions. So the key takeaways here, we continue to hold a positive perception with 7 out of 10 residents being satisfied with the overall quality of services provided. I think that's really significant and notable, especially given the past 2 years that we've all been through. I also think that this really does underscore what was talked about in the last presentation of the importance of supporting staff to enable us to maintain our current service levels, which are high. So I think this underscores and supports the idea that John and Melissa were unpacking about doing some employee listening sessions. Additionally, we saw the top priorities come through as traffic volume and safety on major county roads, affordable housing, quality and quantity in our efforts to address that, and how well the county is managing growth. So these are items that the board is well aware of, and so I think we hear the community here reinforcing some of the key themes that this board has been working on, will be working on. So with that, let's take questions for Ryan, and I just will say I know we're running short on time, so if you have any additional questions that come up, feel free to send them to me and I'll send them along to Ryan.
Okay, does the board have any follow-up questions here or comments? Francie, please.
Yes, I have a comment, and I was very surprised that the top priority is traffic volume on county roads. I really didn't expect that at all. I thought it would be, affordable housing or livable wage or something that affects the quality of people's lives. in the county, but I did look at the age of people who responded to this. And all ages responded, but there were a lot of older people who responded. And so I think that their lives of living up valley basically are more impacted by the quality of the roads than the quality of life of the workers. And I think that the results on this, from my just 24-hour observation of this data, is that had we had out of county workers and Latinos responding, we would see a shift in those priorities away from the quality of the county roads to the quality of life.
And so just to address that quickly, we did have representative number of Hispanic Latino respondents, and we do caution communities about surveying non-community members or folks that aren't there. For example, the value proposition or the tax question, how would have non-residents responded to that? And not to suggest that non-residents and workers only, their opinions don't matter, don't count. But for those residents, it's important to understand in aggregate what residents perceive. And again, those are going to be your voting base as well. So they were, to some extent, Hispanic Latino respondents were represented. The county is a little bit slightly over the national average, and those folks over 65, about 20% in Pickens County versus about 16% nationally. So it's a little bit of an older community, not by much, not a significant margin in my opinion. I don't think those results from the Census Bureau can be significant. But I think that we had a lot of folks living in the county 31 years or more, almost half of our sample, which probably is pretty accurate, I would suggest, but also lends itself to some of the reasons that those priorities are probably the way they are.
Right. Yeah, I saw that one too. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, by the way, Ryan. Very
thank you so much.
Yeah. Great presentation. Anyone else? I know that this information will be coming back to us at our retreat, where we can really get into how we're going to use this information to set our priorities for the out years we have looking forward to working together on. So if there's no more, Greg, you're good. Steve, you're good. Okay, then we can leave for now, and we will be back at 1 o'clock to take on Phillips Mobile Home Trailer Park. So everybody,
thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks,
Thanks a lot,
really
Ryan.
appreciate
Thank
it.
you,
And Laura, thank you too. Okay, see you guys at 1. Thanks, Grassroots. thrown it out on the porch to let it die, and it came up, so I felt bad and brought it in, and now it's about this tall, and it's got a whole spike in the middle that's full of blooms. I live in a trailer. I mean, it's awesome. How many units? I have some idea. Welcome. We just have one commissioner online here. I think we should have, so we need to switch Steve Child over, right?
So he's here, he just isn't on the video.
Oh, he's not on video. Is Greg here?
I'm here. I'm here.
All right, yay. So there's three of us.
And Greg's here as well.
Greg's here too. Great. Kelly is running a little late, so I will kick this off. Again, this is Tuesday, January the 11th, 2022. This is a work session for the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners. I am chairing right now for Kelly, who is on a meeting about taxes in the state, short-term rentals, et cetera issues. And today we are going to be talking this afternoon about the Phillips Mobile Home Park and property update, which should be an exciting topic, Phyllis, correct? So I'm turning it over to Phyllis to kick it off for us.
Thank you, Patty. Phyllis Mattice, I'm the Deputy County Manager, one of two. And I've been working on this project for 3 years now. So what we thought we'd do is schedule time for you today to give you some of the history and walk you through how we got to where we are today. Francie, I'm not sure that you were around for any of this yet. So
I've been at a couple of meetings where we've discussed it, but we haven't made any decisions or anything. I have done some reading, but I'm looking forward to hearing from you, Phyllis.
Okay, well, thank you. The memo I provided you gave you a lot of the history that we have. I'm going to run through a little more in a slide presentation. So I am going to share one of my screens and share and slideshow. Okay, is this up for you all? Okay. A little bit about where we are. Purchased it February 2018, which is why it's 3 years. And the purpose of purchasing the property was to preserve housing. This quote here is a piece from your land use code that Pickens County seeks to preserve existing affordable housing to the extent possible. So as part of your code, you did what it says. Purchase price was $6.5 million. There were 40 housing units, 10 on the Riverview side, 30 on the hillside. And I have some pictures for you to kind of make it easier to understand where it all is and for the public too. And then management and maintenance of the property, we contracted with the Noyes family member, who's actually the grandson of the owners, and he's a senior grandson. So this is what the property was when we purchased it. The 40 units, it grew organically. It predates zoning. The mobile home park started at the late 30s and then grew. The Riverview side was the first side that was developed along with the 4 cabins that are there. There's very low monthly space rents and cabin rents there, which has made it very affordable, and being located midway, kind of between Basalt and Aspen, makes it a really good location for people who are working. And there's a really strong sense of community in there. Although I will say, when I started meeting with the residents, there's almost 4 communities. There's the Riverview side that is its own community. And then on the hillside, where there's those 30 units, there's the east side, the west side, and the middle of the community. So on the Riverview, it's got 3 rental cabins. 1 cabin was sold. The Noyes family sold it to the individual that was living there. So they don't own the property. It's just like a mobile home. They own the cabin. And then there's 4 pre-HUD mobile homes. So those are dated before July 15th, 1976, so almost 50 years old. And there are 2 manufactured homes in that section. The issues on the property, and this kind of map gives you an idea. The wastewater system, leach field, is off the boundary of the property. Portions of the mobiles are off the property. The floodplain, when that floodplain map was adopted, the mobiles are in that. Our consulting team couldn't find an access permit. We're still not sure if it exists or not. We just haven't found it. The water infrastructure is in the floodplain. You'll see where the well house is, that little blue square. There's no fire flows, no fire protection that's in there. And the stream setback, which we have now at 100 feet, the units definitely don't meet that. To the hillside. The hillside also does include the ranch house. So this is both sides of Lower River Road, going up the hill and between Lower River Road and the river. There's 15 pre-HUD homes, 9 manufactured. So manufactured or mobile, those are terms in the mobile home market that really relate to that pre-HUD time period. There's 3 RVs. There's 2 travel trailer conversions, and one that we weren't sure what it was, a mobile or manufactured. We couldn't find the plate that gives you the date, that gives you an idea. And then there's some room rentals and rental units where the whole unit is being sublet to somebody else. Here's the list of hillside issues that we are challenged by. We do have some mobiles off the property. The wastewater is off the property, some of that. And some of that's in the RAFTA right away, so probably negotiable. The Holy Cross access easement, when you look where it's mapped, we're not really sure, but I know we can work with Holy Cross. There's a debris flow risk, and that's in the dark area that comes down off the hill, off the BLM. There's a lack of fire flow. Parking is kind of haphazard. Proximity of units, the fire district wants to see mobiles at least 10 feet apart. And they're not, particularly when people added entryways or porches or patios or extra rooms onto their units. And then there's a section of RV and toy vehicle storage. And then just to not forget, there's a lot of fields. There's migration of wildlife, the setback on between the lower river and the river, and then area that's developable would be between the Eli Cerise ditch and the roads that's either agriculture or development. After we purchased it, we did go to RFP and hired a consulting firm, DHM, and we had a resident open house to kick it off. Beautiful day in August. We did have a good representation of attendees. Riverview, we had 5 residents out of 10 and 16 out of 30 from the hillside. And it was good for people to understand what we were doing. We didn't explain the health impact assessment. And that's something new that we hadn't really done before. And this was due to the input of public health. Health impact assessments are regularly used to identify projects in these 4 areas of environmental, fiscal, and community health, and ways to maximize benefits and minimize harm of any changes you're doing to a property. So here's a summary of what the HIA had shown. People were concerned about costs and not being able to live there. 3 years later, we continue to regularly communicate with the residents so they know that this is really slow going, and our intent is to continue to preserve the homes there and to make them as affordable as we can. The Mid-Valley Oasis comment about being between Aspen and Basalt, the good neighbors that they have, the sense of community, and that very little seemed to be unhealthful or stressful about living there. Although as wildfires become more prevalent in our community, fire safety has become a greater importance to the residents. So when I went through our first meeting was back September 12, 2018, the last meeting in 2020, and I think there's 15 meetings in between. So as we met with the board, we had an evolution of what we thought should be there. So back in 2019, these were the first sketches of what was presented to the board. Option 1 was really the null alternative. It's removing everything from the Riverview side, which we deemed not to be safe in the floodplain and not cost effective to develop infrastructure for just 4 cabins. Then we did an option 2, putting housing into the open space. And then option 3 was our, I think we called it our Chinese menu option with 118 units. And the direction from the board was they favored option 2 with some development in it, removing the Riverview and not having any additional space was not an interest of the board. And then the 118 was too dense. At this point, we didn't know what the mix should be. Should we have tiny homes, RVs, and what about multi-family residences? So back from 19, removing housing from the Riverview has been a consistent theme because of those safety issues. And then health and safety for the rest of the unit, preserve some agricultural fields, the riparian zone is important, and then renewable energy. These were our continued wrestling points of how do the land use policies and the urban growth boundary influence what we do here. This property is not in the urban growth boundary. What level of preserving or creating affordable housing should occur? So we're preserving the housing, but do we go above the current 40 units? And then how does the infrastructure of the site and the subsidy needed for the improvements? So I haven't discussed that, but wastewater improvements are needed, potable water improvements are needed, road water improvements are needed, fire suppression, which we're planning in the form of a water tank that will also be drinking water and fire protection for the community. So the Board of County Commissioners visited the site in 2019, didn't have the great weather that we had at our open house, but a lot of people were interested, and you got to meet a lot of the residents that were there. Again, we kind of had a confirmation of designing more units, eliminate housing on the Riverview, that we could have a mix of units, wasn't sure what it should be. Somehow to include options for tiny homes, RVs. We do have RVs there. RVs are not permitted in the county, but right now they've been there, so they are still there. And then preserve agriculture. What we did find after 2019 is that the expenses for the park were not meeting the rent and the revenues being collected. So the rents were increased just to keep us moving forward and to not be subsidizing, at least at the current level. We are subsidizing as far as all the expenses on the evaluations of the property and the planning are being covered through the county's budget and the housing impact fees. If anybody has any questions as I move along, you're more than welcome to stop me, but otherwise I'll just keep moving so we can have discussion. So this was the plan that was approved at the time in February. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Phyllis. I'm just thinking regarding the rent increases and meeting this, meeting the actual expense of the place. So it looks like it's an improvement, but it's hard to imagine a rent increase from 350 to 400 is really going to make a significant impact in the deficit. But I don't quite understand the deficit we're running there. I don't know. Can you any more info on that?
Sure. It's really just the operational pieces of the property. So we've hired the property manager that lives in the ranch house, and we give him an annual fee. He takes care of all the maintenance, all the repairs in the property, the water system. And we hired him because they're pretty unique systems at this property. And because he knows them so well, we're glad that he agreed to stay on. His mom is Harriet Noyes, who lives on the property right now. So it's great to have people there that know how this property runs. So he plows snow, he takes care of potholes, the wastewater system, anything that needs to be done on the property. He's also a resource to the residents when they have problems with water getting to their units. He's done some repairs, he's dug and looked for leaks. So there's that activity that's going on, that's what the rents are really paying for. Okay. So here's the unit you'll see in this picture. To the riverside of Lower River Road, we have 6 units that I had identified as potential placement. And our thought at this point was people that were being displaced from the Riverview, having them to be able to be placed on the other side of the river would be less impactful to them. The spot where there's the 4 units, you'll see that's where there's outbuildings, ranch outbuildings that were really deteriorating. And so we think that those are easy places to build. There's already been buildings. And then we have 4 units on the other side, the hillside of River Road. And then the big road to the back is for multifamily units. Oops, there we go. So this is just a close-up of that area. The green roofed building on the bottom of the picture is the ranch house. And then the rust-colored roofed building is the building that has now been demolished. It is down. It has not been removed. We just got it down at the end of the fall. And then the brown roof building is another just storage building. And the kind of piles of junk that you see on the top is just that. We're working on removing that. It's mostly metal, as with any ranch. When there's something broken down, there's this pile, there's another pile on the property. You just have a pile and that's where it goes. So we're working on cleaning that up, trying to get the property in this area down to just the land. So planning is a little better. That rust-colored roof was a 2-story building, which I didn't know until we started demo. I'd always seen it from the roadside, and it was an open storage for all sorts of things in that building, that the family had plenty of space to store things. But it had a downstairs to it if you approached it from the grassy side. So it became a more interesting place for potential housing, excuse me. But from that, we got the direction from the board to not have any housing between Lower River Road and the river, but maintain the ranch house without any development on that side. So when we look at the hillside, what could we do up there? So there's a slope. So our consulting team kind of gave us just some samples. This might be a triplex that could be built into the hill, could have a garage underneath because of the slope. They also identified a quadplex. This one's very modern, just not an example, but kind of an example of a layout of what something could look like. So we went from the improved plan on the right, and then a triplex and a quad plan, met with the board. You'll see there's where the road gets broken up. And that was not well received from the residents. They liked it continuing. So we did a parcel division mostly for planning purposes of what how do we plan for the property? So we wanted to say, like, the yellow section, number 4, is where the current major group of mobile homes are. And so that's where housing is being preserved. Area 6, the orange, is where new housing would be. Section 1 is the river parcel. E is the easement where the wastewater treatment would go. 3 is a field, 5 is a field, and then E is the big open space. That's really just goes up the hill on this parcel. So here's the parcel laid sideways, along with a picture of what the property looks like, to give you an idea of how to equate what the parcels are. So when we talk about building new units, where you see the words Eli Cerise Ditch, up there is really where we're looking at putting new residents. So we were given direction to move forward with that plan. We were told to do outreach to the residents in the Woody Creek Caucus, which were completed in September. look at an alternative road for separating the road. Where should relocation best occur? How should energy efficiency for units and new construction be identified? What public access should occur here, particularly on the Riverview side? If we eliminate all the housing, how do we want to manage that? You'll see the property does not go to Highway 82 on the Riverview side. That's State Land Board, and I know John Ely has been working with them to try and figure out if we made it a public site, would we be able to access some of that property? And then the road alignment that we have between those rectangles for new mobile home pads. What we found is the pitch to the road is too steep to be able to drive up there. So you see, when we were working on this, we started looking at USDA grants. And in order to do that, we needed to do a competitive recruitment process for a new engineering firm, which we did. And that firm has some new recommendations and new information. So new as in we just got the first diagram, it's dated January 2020, so it's very new. And GR Fielding is with us today to kind of go over what information we have there. Any questions before I hand it to GR?
Greg, and then Steve.
Yeah, thanks. I was trying to remember the when we abandoned the home sites along next to the ranch house. I'm trying to remember that conversation and why we did it. I'm not necessarily against it. In fact, I'm really enthusiastic about not having them there if that space becomes available for something more public. But I'm trying to remember the conversation. Can you help me with that?
And it was about public access for that whole area. So not having housing there, leaving it as open space. And, but we do need to put the wastewater in the field below there. So that was really it, was to also simplify some of the infrastructure by putting it all in one place. And that happened between the July 2020 and September, those meetings there. And we came back with that thought. I will say I went to the Woody Creek Caucus recently, I think it was November, and just floated the idea of possible public access there. And the Woody Creek Caucus remains consistent in their objection to more density or use of the property. And they would see making all that open as public access, a use that would increase traffic and use on Lower River Road. So that was just from my meeting with them that I got that feedback.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that. And then is it the new engineering firm came up with the new plat that you showed us? I didn't recall the established home sites. Maybe those are, I wasn't sure, were those shed buildings or were those home sites on the other side of the road, on the east side, toward the northern or toward the southern end, the meadow on your plat?
Can I go backwards? Yes.
Yeah, there you go. Are those, is it 6 or 7? Those are home sites, I assume.
Correct.
And they've all kind of slid to the south on the hill too. Is that right?
Right. And that was, in our meetings, we discussed trying to stay as far away as we can from that debris flow that you'll see the dark line coming through. And we're not sure what kind of soils we're going to find in there, whether it's really going to be rocky or what the building potential is for that. So we were working on moving more toward the east. And you'll see as we move forward in the engineering, the engineers are actually recommending moving even further to the east. You'll see the dotted yellow line. We did that through the process to make sure that we, excuse me, to make sure we had, not happening. To make sure we had additional housing spaces. And I'm going to get another drink of water.
You want to let JR take over and we'll take.
Yeah, I can talk for a minute here, Greg. To those white rectangles I think you were referring to were also contemplated for relocation. And so what the diagram that's up now is something that the board had directed staff to move forward with this concept here. And then the white kind of oblique rectangles up to the up in this area that's getting pointed out, that was contemplated for some sort of new units that may be stick built, or the duplexes, quadplexes, those sorts of things. But just quickly, I'm GR Fielding. I'm the county engineer for anyone that might not know me. And I came onto this team several months back to help oversee some of the engineering that's going on. And since that time, we've hired JVA Engineering. They've got an office out of Glenwood with several local engineers that have been working on this project, including Cooper Best and J.R. Spung. But the selection happened, and we've executed 3 different task orders. One to look at the wastewater treatment facility, one to look at water storage and treatment, and one to look at the civil site layout. And Phyllis has done a great job of kind of sprinkling in some of the things that we'll talk about here briefly. This isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means. So we can go on to the next slide. The first thing that we started looking at was digging into the wastewater treatment facility needs a bit more. And JV has performed some calculations to determine the amount of flows to be expected, taking a look at the applicable regulations, estimated the effluent ranges. Right now, we're using range based on what the Aspen Consolidated Sanitation District and Woody Creek HOA effluent limits are. And through that analysis, they've identified 3 alternatives. I'm not going to go through all 3, but the one water algae wheel ended up being our top ranked technology here. We did develop a decision matrix between the 3 to come up with that top ranking. Go ahead into the next. The decision matrix was based on operability, the process performance, aesthetics, how easy it is to construct, how large of a footprint it is, and also a little bit of the vertical, capital costs, and operation and maintenance costs. And as I said, that one water algae wheel was the highest ranked option. A picture of the unit was on the prior slide with the wheels that turn, it grows algae, and it's in a greenhouse. So that can be fairly nicely tucked into the site. The engineer's opinion of probable cost is that EOPC number. Those run a range between 3 and 4.5 million. This early in design and this preliminary, there's a pretty large caveat there. And so moving forward, we're going to just right now assume a little bit of worst case scenario as far as the numbers are concerned. We can go on. For water treatment and storage, JVA reviewed the existing system, determined what the applicable regulations are, reviewed the historical quality test results, looked at water demands, storage needs, and recommended some treatment and storage alternatives. Basically, what we're looking at right now is likely replacement of the water treatment system. The new system would be something similar, but it would go ahead and pump up to 92,000 plus gallon water tank. We're probably thinking concrete right now, could be steel. That 92,500 gallon number is based off of several different needs. Those are the fire department requests like 60,000 gallons out of that. Our daily demands, the peak hour demands, and emergency storage. Treatment, one of the things in the future we'll have to do is take a look to see if the water is under the influence of the river at all. The existing pump near the mobile homes now probably isn't. It's a decent distance away from the river, but it's something that we'll have to do moving forward. Also, based on these estimated costs of around $2 million, maybe a little bit more, we're not assuming any secondary treatments at this time. And so that would raise the cost a little bit if we do need that. But so far, what we've looked at with water quality, the water looks pretty good. For the civil site layout, this is where things got a little bit more interesting. We looked at the road alignment for those upper units. And the earlier proposed road led to the first cut that we did on this, probably a above allowable grade to get up above the Eli 3 stitch. And I'm going to pause here with the ditch part just for a moment, because that's honestly one of the more difficult nuts to crack here. When you have a ditch like this, it's usually running around 1%, 0.5%, maybe 2% if it's really steep. I anticipate the Eli 3 stitch is probably in the 1% range. And to cross over a ditch like this that is running really flat, you need to pipe it. And not only do you need to pipe it, you need to bridge that pipe with enough cover material so that you don't crush the pipe that's underneath. And so you end up having over a 40-foot rise from Lower River Road to get up to those upper units. And so when you're trying to make up that grade and not have too steep of a road, you end up needing to be a little bit more circuitous with your road. And so punching straight up that hill would likely end up pushing the intersection with Lower River Road a little bit further to the south and eat up a little bit more of the field. Or with a couple of the other options that the board looked at in previous, we have what's essentially a switchback. The issue with that switchback, obviously, is it'll change a little bit how we'll have to look at some of the site layout for the relocation units in that too. And it was one of the things that the board was very interested in previously, was trying to preserve as much of that kind of pasture field area as much as possible.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes.
I guess I was of the impression that that was not a functioning ditch any longer.
Eli 3 stitch runs a lot of water underneath Jerboz. I haven't stood on top of it in the summertime in this location, but I've stood on top of it in a lot of other locations just up valley, and it runs a ton of water.
It does, yeah. It irrigates everything down, farther down the valley, all the, there are Deer Creek property and all those places get water from it.
Okay.
I do think your recollection, though, Kelly, is probably on some of the other laterals and maybe one of the lower ditches on the property. We've also looked at, preliminary layout for all of the buried water, wastewater lines and other utilities so far. But really the road alignment will be kind of a big item for us based on what your direction moving forward will look like. The way that we have things laid out right now, we're already looking at about $2 million plus in building the road and connecting up some of the roads, looking at the debris flow and doing the engineering moving forward. So that's a little bit bigger of a number than I initially anticipated, but it's a big number to try to build a few units up on the hill.
All right, Greg has a question.
Yeah, so thanks, GR. Just looking at the way that the access road to the upper hillside dog legs, clearly you've put it in that location for a reason. I, of course, live on a very steep road and I've gotten so used to it. The sun melts the snow off very quickly because it's south facing like this would be. I'm just thinking, boy, we really are bisecting a meadow and we're building a really long, expensive road. Are there any efficiencies in that, could we compromise a little bit on the road? I think at the very bottom of that photograph there's like a dog leg in the road, which would be the wrong place to put an intersection. I understand. But does it really have to be that far away in order to get this grade? And is this grade really so essentially important here? Maybe it's a maintenance issue. I'm sure you have other reasons, but I'd love to hear a little bit more about that.
So, Phyllis, if we go to the next slide quickly. So what I did is I took that last site layout that Phyllis had a couple slides earlier, and I put it sideways so we could see it on a little bit of a bigger scale. And you can move the intersection with Lower River Road back and forth and take out the switchback or dogleg, Greg. But we're not going to solve the vertical issue because of the ditch. And so you still need, so much distance to cover to get your grade down up and over that 40-foot rise. We can steepen things up a little bit, but already with the dogleg, we're looking at 9% grade plus to get up and over. If we were to go a bit straighter, we could probably move that the intersection up valley some and get it to 12%. But I tell you that, with just basic, snow plowing and that sort of maintenance, I'm sure coming down a hill that long, that steep into an intersection with the county road is, it's not going to be pleasant for several months of the year.
Got it. Okay. You got me. I appreciate it. I thank you for addressing that.
I had a feeling that was going to be one of the questions. That's why we have this, and then you can see the next slide, Phyllis, where I did the same thing. So you can see a little bit of that juxtaposition. The other thing that's a little bit difficult and might be difficult in some of the site layout moving forward too is where we place those upper units. You're in a very small bench in that hillside, and so by the time you put in some units in a road, on the other side of the road, you're going to have the ditch, and so you're not going to have any space for any sort of other amenities or extra parking or that sort of thing through here. So it's going to be pretty tight. So we have a lot kind of hinging on where the board wants to go with this. And so I'm not going to get into next steps too in depth right now because for my stuff, because I think that can change based on some of the board's decisions today. But looking at all of the different aspects that we've talked about, civil site layout can change probably the most. Wastewater treatment facility is scalable, and we're probably okay, with modest increases in price up until we get up over, I don't know, say 100 units. Same could probably be said for the water, but at the 57-ish units now, that's what we based our estimates on. Those end up being some pretty large numbers where we can get up to over $10 million in capital needs just for these items.
Thanks, JR. Greg, your hand is still up.
Yeah, thanks, JR. Regarding the paddle wheel water plant, that's interesting. And I'm just wondering do we know if they're optimized to work at in this sort of climate? That's the first question. And then the second one is, the new units we've got in here, I know you want to spread them out to create parking, and that certainly parking is always an issue. Looking at the density of the existing property, which is so dense that parking is probably really difficult, and it kind of creates conflicts and messes, I'm sure. I'm just wondering if there's a balance there. Can we create something that's denser, that has tighter parking? Only because someday down the road, I'm guessing the existing properties are going to want to upgrade, and we may end up doing something, with more modern, energy efficient buildings in there, and we're going to run into the same density and parking issues again. and there's going to be desire. I don't know if it's going to be possible to expand it, but how are we going to fit as so many people in such a small space? So I'm just trying to figure out the aesthetic balance as well as the practical balance there. And that's where my question marks are. I don't have a particular question on that. Just concerned about if we spread them way out, it may not really fit with the rest of the site, and it will look much larger to the rest of the community too.
Well, Greg, I don't know if I've got answers for a lot of your questions there, but we can check on the wastewater treatment facility as far as, making sure that it's, a viable solution for, our elevation here of about 7,100 feet or so. As far as the density and the layouts and available parking and things like that, I think that we can make what the board wants work in general, but I would say putting more units on this property and going denser, I don't see that as being a thing that's gonna stop that necessarily. It all really depends on if this upper site is still something that the board wishes to see, and from an aesthetic and an affordability standpoint. So, else we can, I think, move forward. That's what I had as far as the engineering update, and I think John's going to take from here.
Kelly, I do have a question.
Patty, please.
Yeah, GR, has there been, or Phyllis, any further, you mentioned the residents didn't want to see their existing road broken up. They wanted to see it a straight shot, thoroughfare. I know there's a cost there because of the debris flow drainage ditch or whatever it is that comes through there. I think we should still look into that. We've had most of the issues they're supportive of, and it's one concern that they have that maybe we need to look at a little deeper.
Yeah, once we get some confirmation on how we're going to move forward with the civil site stuff, Patty, we can incorporate in a debris flow channel through there. We've put in some preliminary numbers as of right now into those estimates that we've presented.
Okay, thank you. And then the design that you presented to us, either with your dog leg and without, how many units is that creating with triplexes or whatever, duplexes, whatever? Is that presenting us with 40 units or 50 new units?
That dog leg is to get up to the units that the board kind of directed through that last work session.
Right, and how many units are proposed?
I'm sorry, Phyllis might remember exactly how many units were up top.
It's 18.
That's 17 units up there, Patty. So when you look at it, all the infrastructure is for 57 total units.
So if we wanted to take those 17 and double it to, say, 35 or 40, any ideas as to where we might put those additional units?
Well, we might be able to extend a little bit on that bench.
Hey, Phyllis, will you go back to the map real quick?
Yeah, go back to the map maybe.
Yeah.
So to the south, you might be able to extend above the field. And then we didn't show, because we haven't really figured out how much space will be needed for all the relocated units yet.
Okay.
But that'll probably fill a lot of the space that we have available in between kind of the switchback of the road.
So in the pasture area there, but there's another drainage or debris flow area further to the up valley side, right? Up on that. I see it on the map I have in front of me, and it runs between pretty much close to where we're looking at putting the solar facility.
Right. Yeah, and that debris the flow channel is a bit smaller, and it might be a little bit easier to mitigate.
Okay,
but
so there would
yes.
be some space further to the up valley side if we wanted to put in additional units. I really think,
Yes.
I understand Woody Creek's concerns about more growth, more density, more impacts, but at the same time, everybody in the community is really saying we need to do something for affordable housing. So I would really want to consider where we can put some additional units other than the ones we've proposed. I think that's going to be critical, whether we build them at the same time, but set up for a plan to expand. So we have that designed in. I think that's going to be critical. And then we need to work with the Woody Creek Caucus as to fulfilling the needs. And as far as Phyllis, when you started out, you mentioned the policy issue of where we're putting housing inside the urban growth boundary or out. I think part of that policy discussion, if I remember from years ago, was that we would look at expanding existing affordable housing, and this would fit right into that. So it wasn't a total prohibition of housing outside the urban growth boundary. It was allowing some expansion of existing affordable housing that was currently outside the urban growth boundary. So I think that needs to be part of any discussion we have with community members who are trying to use that as a way to oppose us providing much needed residential housing, affordable housing, in an appropriate place.
Thanks, Patty. I want to jump in, and then Francie, I see you. I'm just going to tag on a little bit to Patty's thoughts because I'm feeling like we need to like crack open this conversation a little bit and just be sort of frank and candid about all the problems, perhaps, or maybe opportunities. I don't know that we haven't debated, and I do sort of think that some of that might be a check-in with the board about whether 57 continues to be the right unit number. I continue to have my long-standing concerns about affordability for this neighborhood over time, and just sort of diving into these issues with APSHA about this, I just have some concerns that we're not going to be teeing up the residents here for long-term success 30 to 40 years down the road. And so I wrestle with that a little bit and continue to think that more units here will help with that by driving down the per unit cost. And so I do sort of want to revisit that if this is the appropriate time to do it. And I think also on offline conversations, I feel like I've heard that maybe those agricultural fields are sort of not as high value as we once thought they were, as one of the filters that we were thinking about this. And if these are not high value fields that our ag program would care to preserve and keep, like, let's put that on the table for discussion as well. And then I am finally also would like to hear a bit about the residents' interest in replacement of this. I mean, I feel like if there was an opportunity to sort of move people into new units, this would be a great time to do it by sort of phasing development over time, and letting them have first right of refusal for any new modular units we would build, being able to replace units where where the current trailers that are becoming outdated exist. So I don't know if that has been contemplated with the ownership and if there's like a threshold that has to be reached for something like that to happen. But these are things I'm thinking about just from the perspective of kind of the most, achieving the longest term, I think, benefit for the neighborhood and also achievement of our goals of both being able to like have all the units there potentially be high energy efficiency, and a long-term commitment to affordability there, while also perhaps making even greater gains in achieving affordable housing for our community. So that's what I'm thinking about with all this. We haven't talked about it in a long time. So I think that's why kind of these bigger questions for me are what are at the surface. So I'll look to like John or Phyllis about whether today's meeting is the time for those questions, and then we'll go to Francie and Steve.
Yeah, so Kelly, I just note that we do have a couple more sections of the presentation, and one of them is to dive in a little bit on the financials and what different unit mixes or number of units might mean for affordability. So we have some of those projections for you when the board is ready to move on. And I think our hope is that you have exactly the conversation you've teed up, which is to, talk about, what the board's priorities are. Are there any changes? Are we sticking with 57 units? As you and Patty have suggested, should we be looking at something additional? And then where might those be located so that we can walk away from this meeting knowing what direction and additional analysis we need to do. So we do have some more information that may help in some upcoming slides, but don't want to short circuit the other questions either.
Sorry, I didn't mean to jump again on it. Not really.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you. Francie and then Steve.
Well, Kelly, you went just exactly where I was trying to get to. I am concerned when Greg says at some point, and I know this is not Greg's philosophy, but at some point we'll be replacing those with more efficient buildings, and I don't know why we would put that off. That would be one thing. Another thing would definitely be higher density. If we're going to be spending millions of dollars on infrastructure, then I think we should be taking advantage of that infrastructure as best we possibly can by putting more units there rather than starting a whole new place with all new infrastructure. This is a lot of money going into the infrastructure here, and so I would like to see it produce more units, both for affordability, but also for maximum use of all of this engineering work that we're going to be doing. And then, as Kelly alluded to, in APCHA, we're looking at these modular buildings that come in and they replace what are they called? Mobile homes that are old and basically irreparable. And so I would hope that we would look at that instead of bringing in more mobile homes. I don't know where we're headed, so I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of the presentation. But those were my thoughts that I was having before Kelly spoke.
Great, thanks, Francie. Steve.
Okay, several questions or points. One, we are not actually totally replacing the trailers that are being taken out because they're the two being taken out for the debris flow area, which we haven't created a replacement area for them. I think we need to have a little bit more replacement area just for existing units. Also, we haven't addressed the fire safety, the spacing of the trailers being too close together in the existing old town part of the trailer park. And if we start requiring some of those to be removed to another location, it seems like we would need yet more expansion area just to deal with the fire safety part in the old part of the trailer park. So that's one issue I want to bring up. The other is, well, let's see. Second point, is there any way that we can make this the wastewater treatment plant be large enough for neighbors up valley from Phillips to also use the same system? A lot of them are right on the river, and their septic systems seem to me must be polluting the Roaring Fork River to some extent, and maybe they should tap into our wastewater system just to help clean up the Roaring Fork a little bit. So I don't know, maybe GR would know the state of the septic systems farther upstream. And a third question, I'll just pose all the questions right now. Is there any way to bring the road, instead of through the middle of the field, to take the road clear up to the very eastern end of the steep meadow and go along the top of the field and then cross the Eli Cerise ditch somewhere farther up, closer to the solar farm area or something like that? So those are my three questions I wanted to bring up.
So Steve, to your first question, I'll try to hit a little bit about that. But the more trailers that we look to move, the more we're going to end up having to subsidize the civil site work because the more site that we need for the same amount of units. To the second, as far as the wastewater treatment facility and servicing that area, we can take a look at that. But if memory serves, we're probably about a half-mile away from the next closest lot up valley because the Phillips lots are kind of long and kind of go down Lower River Road for quite a ways. But that's something we can definitely take a look at. As far as the layout of the road and the field and that, we can take a look at where the intersection is with Lower River Road and what that can do for our grade. But in general, we have a length that is demonstrated here that is more than from where the road kind of chicanes around the Rio Grande Trail. And where the existing kind of service road that goes up the hill is. We need that much length, no matter what, kind of below the ditch to gain that elevation. Depending on what the board's direction is with the number of units, that's going to change a bit of the site layout. And then once that happens, we can start exploring some more options with the road.
Okay, thanks. And just one, there was a comment about the ag field. This one, the upper field is fairly steep and hard to do any sort of a farming. I think the lower one below Lower River Road is probably, it's a flatter road and has more possibilities for doing a community garden for the trailer park or something with a little more agriculture. So if we had to build a road across a field or use up part of a field, the steeper one I think is the one we could sacrifice more because I think it's a poorer field for keeping in highly productive agriculture.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Greg?
Yeah, thanks. I guess I want to just go back, take a little step back here. I'm having trouble watching this expand. I think what we've got clearly is it's almost like a mission creep. It's growing. It's gotten bigger than what I anticipated. We're contemplating now cutting into the ag fields. We're spreading it out more. We're pushing it up valley. There's talk of growing it bigger. Honestly, I haven't heard anything from anybody in the immediate vicinity in Woody Creek that supports that. And I'd have trouble with it personally. I wish we could go back and build this in the style that it was originally built, in that, back in the 30s or 50s when they shoehorned all this space in here to put these units in, they didn't have to think about any of the considerations we do now. But now we're trying to apply a modern approach to development to what is really an inadequate ancient property. And I think we're going to have some conflict with that. And I just want to say I'm not super excited about growing it a lot bigger. I like the idea that we rescued this community from being entirely scraped and pushed out for a fishing lodge or who knows what. But all of a sudden now we've got to justify what we've done by growing something which I see getting bigger and more expensive. It certainly goes against the tenets of not building a lot of development outside the urban growth boundary. And I think we found a lot of convenient rationales, but I'm not enjoying it. I'm not enjoying the conversation, and I'm worried about it. So if I guess that's me trying to put the brakes on while I can think more about this. But I don't think this is going to solve I'm not sure we're solving our problems. I think we're growing a marginal problem with a really poorly installed mobile home park. We're kind of just adding on to what's an existing problem. And I like Francie's points about You know, should we really just be focusing on improving the quality of the lives and the quality of the homes and the quality of the infrastructure for what we have? Because I'm not seeing a lot of bonus or benefit in doing the expansions we're talking about here. I did like the housing on the hillside above it, as long as it tucked in, because it was very low profile. It's the sort of thing that the community might not really aesthetically even notice from anywhere offside the property. But what I see happening now is a sprawl. We're sprawling it, and yet the original problem still exists. So I'm having trouble wrapping my head around it, and the price tag is scaring me also.
Kelly, I wonder if that is a good segue to transition into the financial piece of it.
Yeah, no, I acknowledge Greg's concern. This is not a consensus-based decision since our conversations in 2019. So go ahead, keep going.
All right. So we first did our cost estimates based on the 57 total units, which was the last direction that we had, and based on the information that GR just presented. We're estimating right now a total capital investment of just under $20 million. And so that includes just over $4.4 million for the wastewater treatment, $1.9 million for the water treatment and storage tank, 2.2, almost 2.3 for civil site work. And then the vertical construction has been the most difficult, I think, for us to pin down an estimate on. This is tagged right now at $360 a square foot. That's not inclusive of the other dollars. That's just the vertical construction, the units. And that's based on what we were able to accomplish at Basalt Vista with actually a 60% inflator applied to it. And so you can see the breakdown of what we used in terms of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. And then the maximum sales revenue if we went to the top end of category 2 and category 3 sales prices as established by APSHA. We have roughly $200,000 a year in operating costs. That's split between our water and wastewater operations and basic maintenance, and then the property maintenance and management aspects. Can you advance?
John, could you just add into that? I asked John about the construction that they're doing at Burlingame with those modulars that seem to be really nice and very environmentally sensitive. But there is kind of an extreme cost per bedroom, I understand? Well,
GR got information from the city from their presentation last night, and we're still breaking out that vertical construction number from the horizontal construction number. GR, what was the bedroom cost on those, though, all in right now?
Well, I don't, that was the first one I did. It broke down to somewhere close to $600 a square foot for some of that, but I haven't been able to parse it all out to see if that's counting probably a little bit of what we already have accounted for or not.
Just information for future discussion, possibly.
Yeah, and so what we did, we built a model estimating fees or resident costs on the 57 units, and then we did increments of 70, 80, and 90 units so that you can see what the incremental difference in resident costs would be with these assumptions. That the county or through partnership, we pay all initial costs of horizontal infrastructure, so that's water, wastewater, civil site work, roads, earthwork, etc. The residents then would be responsible for covering all operating, maintenance, and replacement costs for that horizontal infrastructure. We did recognize that it's likely there would be some level of grants, as there are today, at the point in the future when some of these replacements need to take place. We assumed 25% grant funding for major infrastructure replacements. And then we assumed 3% inflation on operating costs, 5% inflation on construction costs, and then 2% earnings on fund balances accrued. We assume that water, wastewater, and road costs right now would be split evenly by unit. That'd be a future policy decision of the board, but the bottom line number of dollars that have to be produced are the same either way. And then we did do some costs, just estimating cost of new mobile homes and mortgage financing, and try and give you an overall picture of affordability. Can you go ahead and advance? And so under our current proposal with 57 units, as GR said, what the construction estimates are estimates at this point. We applied a range, so high and low, and so water and wastewater fees per a month right now at 57 units with the costs and assumptions that we laid out are between $374 and $413. Property management, maintenance and replacement for grounds, roads, those sorts of things, between 217 and 240. We did not apply a capital reserve to the mobile homes, and so you can see monthly fees. Right now, this would be comparable to the $400 that we're charging, which is really charged to cover the operating costs at the facility. But of course, we have fully depreciated infrastructure there. We're not accruing replacement costs, those sorts of things. On the stick-built, we're assuming equal distributions of the water and wastewater. We estimated capital reserves, and that's going to be for common replacements, so roofs, shared walls, exterior walls, those sorts of things, for triplex or fourplex, and then just based it on square footage in terms of escalating between 1, 2, and 3 bedroom. So you can see the fees and reserves accumulating there for the stick-built on a monthly basis. I will say that the $591 and to $653 for the mobile home does include basically a capital reserve or replacement cost for your water, sewer, and roads. It is assumed that fees would need to increase by around 3% a year to stay up with the inflation, particularly a gap between inflation and interest earnings.
So this
Phyllis,
would kind of be like a homeowner's dues.
Exactly.
So that the 3-bedroom stick would be about $1,000 a month.
That is correct. And so just to play it out a little bit further, because I think this is where you're going, Patty, is we then added.
All right, Greg has a question.
Yeah.
I just wanted to point out that I happen to know that the annual or the monthly fee for space, I guess it's space rent and fee for the Crawfords down in Elgibel is approaching $900 for one of the mobile homes down there. And so for comparison, it'd be good to understand what we're comparing here. Thanks.
Yeah, no, Greg, that is correct, and so that is a for-profit, so they're pulling in some other pieces within those fees, but you're absolutely correct. I think last time we had looked at it is in the $800 range, so apparently it's gone up a little bit. So using the estimated fees, rates, and reserves, those are added together here, the 591 to 653. We looked at mobile home financing. Typically, we'll go on a 15-year basis with a little bit of extra interest rate. We estimated based on $70,000 to $80,000 for a new unit and placement of that unit. So this is not the modular that you guys were talking about. This is a replacement with a mobile home. And so you get to a total monthly cost of $1,145 to $1,286. This does not include, again, this is just renting the spaces for the cost of water, sewer, roads, and operating. It doesn't include right now property purchase or anything like that. So I just want to be clear, it's kind of the model that we're using now. If you're looking, and these are not the APSHA categories, I want to be clear about that. I just took these and looked at if you held that against a 30% of annual income, what kind of incomes are you looking at from an affordability perspective? Household incomes, and you're around 45,800 to 51,000. Same analysis. The difference is the loan mortgage, because these are on a permanent foundation, are assumed on a 30-year traditional mortgage. And so same analysis, you have your capital reserves built in, and you can see the household income levels at that 30%. And so roughly these fall category 3 or below in APSHA. Can you advance? And so looking at the incremental change in affordability, and I think this is, Kelly, the point you're making is right now residents in mobile homes are paying about $400 for the scope of services, but it's on I think to Greg's earlier point, fully depreciated infrastructure, I think is fair to say, and outdated infrastructure. So in terms of modernizing it, the highlight in yellow is where we are today. At 70 units, you are adding increments of cost for larger water tanks, more runs of line, and more wastewater facility, roads, those sorts of things, but you get economies of scale as you scale up. And so you can see that the monthly charges go down as you add units based on those economies of scale, and you have a little bit more room if inflation runs higher, or as we get into engineering, there are any surprises to stay within those affordability gaps. And so I just ran the bookends, so 57. We stopped at 90 for a couple of reasons. You know, we could obviously keep carrying this type of analysis out. I think when we did our first round of bookends, the board was very clear about that 100 plus unit number, which is why we didn't bring it out farther. And I think to GR's earlier point, that starts to realign our analysis on scalability for water and wastewater, and we need to relook at that as we add more units. But you do generally create more affordability because you're sharing economies of scale and infrastructure costs across more people, more units. But that does require growth on the other side. And really, that is the conversation that this board needs to be resolved around and moving forward. Can you advance it one more? At 90 units, same kind of analysis on affordability. You can see that those annual household incomes drop pretty substantially in terms of affordability and who you're able to serve with housing in the area. I believe this was starting in the mid 40s, and you drop it down to the high 30s, which is a significant change in affordability and who you're able to serve in this potential development. And Phyllis, I think that concludes oh, sorry, it does not. So as GR was talking about, there are some, there are a limited number of options for you in terms of cost management. Obviously, you can stick with the current plan, and there will be some additional expenses that residents would likely need to figure out how to absorb. We are developing on the hillside is more difficult and more expensive to develop on because of the infrastructure we need to build to get up there, and the earthwork that needs to be done in order to accommodate the units. So there may be some relocation opportunities. I think the board would need to talk, though, that's probably in the agricultural fields, right? And so as we just talked about, adding units to spread fixed and incremental costs over more pairs, sticking with the existing plan, which means you have a little bit of increased costs from where significantly increased costs from where residents are today. But Greg, to your point, not necessarily exorbitant compared to other benchmarks in the valley.
John, when you talk about existing plan, are we talking about with some expansion on the upper hillside or with none?
I'm assuming the existing plan is the 57 units, the direction that we got in 2020, correct?
Well, it's 40 existing and 17 new.
Yeah, that's a 17 new on the hillside, Greg. Okay. And then obviously, regardless of which option and what direction we get from the board today, that $19 million at 57 units or $25 million at 90 units, the vertical construction is probably more than our current housing fund will be able to absorb, and so we'd be looking for partnerships to fund that vertical construction. We've successfully done that in the past with Basalt Vista and other projects. And that, I think, is the end of the financial side.
Kelly?
Yes.
Yes, Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to be quick because I know we don't have a lot of time and everybody wants to do comments. And I understand Greg's concerns about any more growth down there, but we need to take advantage of the situation we have because we don't really have a lot of places to put in affordable housing in the county. I would really, and I'm very protective of those pastures, and I know that we have a county code that we have to maintain X amount of historic pastures, so I don't know how much we can breach on that, and I'm not willing to be flexible on that. But I would like to see what would happen and where we could accommodate an additional 13, so that would be a total of 70, to help bring down the cost so the affordability is there, and we are taking advantage of the, large amount of money we're putting in for the infrastructure. And I don't think 13 more units over and above the 57 is asking too much, and I think it would make it more livable and more workable. Thank you, Kelly.
Okay, so we have a question and a comment there. Question about the ag. How much of those ag fields do we need to preserve? And then I just have a question. I'll go to others for comments. Do you know about, what's the approximate square footage of new and replacement that we're looking at?
Kelly, do you mean on the individual units or we have the square footage on the stick built?
I guess even just focusing on the 17, what is sort of the, do we have a sense of what we're thinking of on average of what the total, you know, what might the total square footage be there for those new units?
That is easy for us to calculate. I don't know if does anyone have that total square footage handy?
And we can come back to that. I'll open up for comments for other board members and then I'll give mine when we wrap. Greg and then Francie.
Yeah, I was just thinking about, and I guess one of the questions I still have, and I feel it's a tough love, and it doesn't sound very. I'm wrestling with it, but I guess I'd love to know what our board and what the residents and what the community's expectations are for this site. Is this supposed to be a super low income housing site where we're going to do a fairly heavily subsidized low cost housing? Like, what are the expectations? I may be wrong, but I'm likening it to the skier chalet on Aspen Mountain, which, you know, is an old hotel that's so run down, it's ready to either fall down or burn down or whatever. And there are a lot of, you know, the last of the Aspen ski bums, I'm told, live there. Every generation, there's the last of the ski bums. But anyway, they're living there. They're living super cheap and they're loving it. But they know it's going to go away, and it needs to, because quite honestly, that place is a roach, and it needs, you know, there are times when you really do need to rebuild places. And so what my concern is, my wonder is, you know, what just are the expectations there? Are we supposed to provide really super bottom basement level rent for this community for how long going forward? And at some point, it seems to me, you know, I think there's a reality check is needed for, you know, what is the cost of living here? We know it's exorbitant, and we're not trying to make it higher, but, you know, to what extent should our community subsidize this community so they can continue with, and what I'd have to say is an extremely low rent or cost of living in these places? I'm wrestling with that, and I guess I'll just leave it there. That's what I'm thinking about right now.
I have food for thought for you, Greg, when I offer my comments. Francie.
Okay. I feel that more units is responding to the concerns of our community more than saving just a few. Not that 57 is a few, but we heard pretty loud and clear from our community that affordable housing after the traffic on county roads, I don't really get that, but anyway, that affordable housing is really, really an important priority. We have very few places where we can put affordable housing, and this is one of them. So I certainly don't like to go up against the Woody Creek people, but they have their way of wanting things to stay the same. And we obviously can't have things stay the same anymore. We have to meet the demands of the people that live here. And so one of the demands is to have more affordable housing. These prices at 90 units look pretty darn affordable to me. And the agricultural fields, I don't know if the 90 units necessarily invades the agricultural fields. I would assume it does. But if it's not a productive agricultural field, that property is surrounded by a lot of beautiful open lands. It's not like we're making the move into a tight city situation or anything. So I'm just putting it out there. I'm in favor of more units on there at a lower cost to the people who live there, and not necessarily adversely affecting the people who've been there and want to stay there. I mean, it would affect them some, but they need that work done. They can't continue to live under the conditions at which it is now. So that's my opinion on that.
Okay, thanks, Francie. Steve?
First thought is, if the road that loops through the upper agricultural field were to take off closer to the last trailer, and looking at it, it's kind of on a corner on the county road. I don't know what the sight lines are, but if the loop could start farther to the west, then there would be, would take up less of the agricultural field. And I would favor going farther down on the bench in the direction of the debris flow area like we had originally planned, rather than having it pushed so far up valley like Greg pointed out. I think we could still tuck it back there a little bit more, and that if we could do that, move the whole road and that upper row of housing farther down valley, it would be a lot less visually obtrusive. We would always have the option in the future of, once we get above the Eli Cerise ditch, then have another spur road going up valley on the, above the ditch on the sagebrush part, and that could be a place for a row of houses in the future. That could be the expansion that goes up to the 70 or whatever potentially. I want to try to stick with the 57 number for now and not try to make it any bigger. I think we're going to have a howl of protest from the Woody Creek Caucus for one thing if we go above. We're already making it bigger. One reason for of my concerns is the county road from there up to the where it turns down to the lower Gervais Bridge is fairly narrow. It's not a whole lot of room to expand there. I drove the school bus around there for 3 years. I know what that road is like. It's pretty darn narrow, and if we add another 13 units, and a lot of the people would be driving their cars on that, just adding traffic to a kind of a little bit of a substandard road as it is. Another consideration is to make the Woody Creek shuttle bus more cost-effective for RAFTA. If we add more units and more ridership down at Phillips, that would make that whole bus system work better, but it also would mean we maybe would need to make it year-round and not just part of the year, because if there are more residents there and we don't want them driving their cars, we need to be providing options for them. When we do the new pedestrian bridge to get back, the one we approved earlier from Rio Grande Trail over to the Aspen Village Trailer Park, that will actually provide another on foot or on bicycle way for the residents here to get to the highway. Some of them could be catching RAFTA buses over on the highway and not necessarily riding the Woody Creek shuttle. And not driving their car to get there, they could walk or ride a bicycle to catch RAFTA quite easily with the new bridge that we have planned. So that's another consideration. So summary, I would stick with the 57 for now, but design it so that we could add another spur road and do some more units somewhere going into the future. We don't have to necessarily decide that right now.
Okay, thanks, Steve. And I'll jump in. I mean, no surprise, I've always been a proponent for more density here, but Greg, I appreciate your prodding about what the vision is for this, which I'm not sure we've like coalesced around, but you know, I will say, I mean, I you know, my vision here that I would love to see is a tight-knit community with, you know, more and better amenities to strengthen that community than exists now, while preserving the opportunity for the low-income residents who live there to be able to continue to live there. And that by looking at sort of the income ranges that Phyllis presented, you know, we are additionally would be achieving, I think, a goal in the community to offer, you know, to address the problem of low-income housing opportunity, which we've seen in the regional housing study that showed the real gaps are between, you know, the 60 to 100% AMIs and the lower incomes for opportunity for housing. So by doing this on this model, we'd be taking a step closer to helping that. While also, I think, just giving more opportunities for building the generational wealth that home ownership can help with for workers in our community. So, you know, that is some of my vision. I would also just offer that, you know, it would help to compare additional HOA costs, because I don't think just looking mobile home to mobile home necessarily would reflect the outcome of the structure that's being contemplated here, and that maybe looking at comparable HOA dues would also present a different picture. And I can just offer for a category 3 3-bedroom, we pay $525 a month for our HOAs and you know, for capital reserves. And I think Burlingame has a good, financially healthy, long-term plan. So we're paying much lower than what is being contemplated here for the residents at Phillips, under 57 units. So they would be, you know, that is not keeping with the market necessarily, and perhaps we need more data there. I do kind of wonder, I mean, I am sort of wondering, is there interest in the broader community to like have opportunities for newer units, you know, and could we get more units if we remove and replace the mobile homes that are there with multiplex units? So our footprint might remain the same, but our actual unit number could go up. So I don't know how much that's been vetted, but perhaps that helps thread here. You know, so maybe we dig into that with the community a little bit more. And I get that might not be, people don't necessarily want to give up their homes, but maybe some people would be willing to get, you know, to move into a new unit in exchange for the land that they have their mobile homes on. So yeah, so I want us to continue moving forward here. I really think that we should be leveraging the $20 million infrastructure cost for more units. You know, I'm with Francie and Patty at 70, 80, you know, I'm upwards for those units. And I think we could really create a lovely neighborhood there that, you know, would be more energy efficient than it is now, and would better use the total infrastructure costs than what is contemplated under the 57. So that's my thoughts on this.
Kelly, I'll just add really quickly. I think we did talk with the current people who live in the mobile homes. The majority of them do want to stay there. They like living in their roach places, as Greg kind of alluded to. But, you know, I live in an old trailer at Smuggler, and, you know, I'm happy there. And so I think it'd be hard. It would be a real change in their lifestyle that they know it. Not that we shouldn't further pursue asking them the question if anybody is interested. But I think not only did we kind of give our word that we would do whatever we could to maintain what's there so the people who live there could stay there, but I don't think that we ever said, well, you can stay there if you move into a fancy-dancy, aluminum-sided, not a trailer, you know, modern-looking place that a lot of those people just don't want to live in. And I don't want to have to change their philosophy and the manner in which they have chosen to live and until such time as, I think over time those units will phase out, and rather than allowing them necessarily to be resold to somebody who moves in and still lives in them, we have some policy as to what happens in a resale of one of those units to either upgrade or consolidate.
Well, I'm not suggesting forceful tactics. I'm looking for sort of a coalition of the willing here.
Yeah, and I agree.
Greg.
Yeah, thanks, Patty. I want to respond to that. First of all, I've lived in old trailers, which I would define as roaches, and I don't want to insult anybody, but we certainly understand the situation. I've lived in them many times over the years, and I have to say, maybe you certainly don't want to throw people out of something they enjoy living in. But I guess I'm back to expectations. What did they expect when their landlord sold to a new entity? And what expectations were we making and given when we took this on? You know, owners and landlords can actually make changes to the property and to the deal that they have with the tenants, and it's not always pleasant. I do want to work with the best interests that we can of both the tenants, but also I feel like we have to look out for the community as well. I do like the idea of letting people age out in their units, but certainly I don't want to see them selling them to the next guy who will try to, it seems that at some point these places will be needing upgrades and I don't see any other way around it. It doesn't seem rational or reasonable to assume that it can just go on the way it always has, because we're here to subsidize it as a community. I can't help but say that I can't help but think of a way that the cost could stay down and we could achieve what we think is necessary to maintain the quality of life and health there. So I do like the idea of a resale policy on them. I'm with Steve on not really wanting to see it expand beyond the 57 we talked about. I know that's tough, but I also know that, it's a step in the right direction. I haven't seen a plan yet that I like for making it much bigger.
All right. Staff have any final questions for clarity? Steve, last thoughts?
Yeah, one more thought that I just popped into my head. I know that some of the homeowners there have expressed an interest in owning the land under their trailers. And I think we should keep that as an option on the table, that it might be when we get the spacing right between the trailers or whatever would have to be part of that probably, but I think we should keep that on the table as an option so they could own their unit and the land under it and feel that much more secure.
Yeah, so I guess, Kelly, my sense is that we've made some progress today. I think from staff's perspective, we may need another bite at the apple with you on this to dig in on details. The board has not, and probably will not, it sounds like, necessarily reach consensus on this issue of number of units. There are still outstanding questions. We bought the property with housing funds, so if we are preserving portions of it for other uses, how do we anticipate reimbursing? Is that through other county funds? Is it through we've got some other questions that I think we'd like to get guidance on. It sounds like a plural, or right now, 3 of you would like to see a proposal with more than the 57 units. 2 of you would like to stick at the 57 with, I think, one of the 57 saying maybe designing for future expansion. Of the 3 that I heard, we'd like to see growth. I think I heard 3 different levels. I heard 70, 80, and 90. And we may not have time right now to hash that out a little bit, but we're going to need to land a little bit more specifically before we take the next step in terms of design and engineering. And so Phyllis, GR, I'm probably missing a whole bunch of stuff, but it sounds like maybe another meeting to focus on the 5790 and then some of the other questions around reimbursement. The agricultural fields, I don't think we answered that question that you had earlier, Kelly, and how we dispose of those, and then the riverfront property. Phyllis, GR?
Kelly's square footage.
Oh, I can give you square footage now.
Square footage on what the units might look like. But I think it's also what types of units would you like to see and where do you want them? I'm still wrestling with that. So I think we need to bring you back with some options of where that can be and maybe some more details on what it is.
Mhm.
Whether we can do a triplex of 3 1-bedrooms that are 700 square feet and get a little more, a better picture of what you're talking about when we talk about units.
And then just
We
real,
do a site visit. It's really hard to just look at a piece of paper and imagine the size of the houses and how many and where, and at least some of us who aren't familiar with it. I mean, I've only been there a few times. Is that a possibility?
Yeah.
well, you own it, so.
Yeah, I think it's a possibility. Francie, I think it's a possibility, and we'll just have to see who's been there a bazillion times already and who hasn't and who wants to see it again. So let's add that on our list and we can bring that back and see what the board wants to do as a whole.
So I think we will schedule, we'll either tackle this a little bit in the retreat or schedule another work session to just tackle this a little bit further. But I think this gives us an idea of where a majority of the board will be headed, and we'll ask you to put a finer point on it or additional information you need to do that.
Thanks, John. Kelly, if I could, I would just love to say that certainly I'd love to see staff come back with, going against their better judgment, GR. What does something more compact look like? We've got a dense place already. How can we achieve what we're trying to do with some density in there? I'm just thinking that'll be a lot easier to swallow if it's not such a huge footprint. So that's what I'm looking for, is compactness, and you may already have an answer to that, but that's what I want to see in the next presentation. And Phyllis, thanks.
Just clarity. So I know, Greg, you said that you didn't like those units between Lower River Road and the river where those outbuildings are. But if you're okay, if we look at what kind of density we can put there, that may be an option because you can't see them. There's already buildings there. And we stopped planning there. So if we just explore that as an option, and then we come back and you can say yay or nay.
Phyllis, I appreciate that, and I prefer that to what I'm going to call the sprawl to the south on the meadow. So yes, thank you.
Steve?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that at all. I had it in my mind that was going to be the tiny home location when we have the tiny homes on the plate. And in my mind, I could accept buildings there. There's already the old sheds there. So you make some funky looking units that look like sheds that nobody'd even notice the difference.
All right. Greg, your hand is still up. Are you good?
Kelly, his hand's been up this whole meeting, so just keep going on him.
I know, it's a lot.
He reserves that space.
And if I don't know, I've been sort of holding this back, but if I could just offer, I mean, my interest in the square footage a little bit is just to sort of counter some of what I'm hearing in the community conversation about housing. We're building thousands of square feet all over the county this year and last year. And, so I just want to be fair in like what we're thinking about is when we're thinking about square footage of housing. So a 15,000 square house versus 15,000 square foot of affordable housing, I just want to sort of be balanced in how we're identifying which development is causing which problems or which opportunities.
So Kelly,
and if we're close to apples, that maybe we can have a more honest conversation about that, because I'm taking a little bit of offense to what I'm hearing in the community conversation about, affordable housing is the growth in affordable housing is causing all the problems in the community, and there's a tension there, I get, about trying to find the right balance. But I'm also just have, I think my hackles up a little bit of what I'm hearing on that. So, that's why I asked for that data, because I just want to be fair of like, well, we're going to allow all this other square footage to go up around the county by right, and yet we're going to wrestle with, a community goal in that amount of square footage that we might be looking at for this property. So I'd appreciate that information coming back to help understand that for me better.
And I can give you the square footage based on our financial analysis now if you want it, or we can wait. But at the 57 units, total units, the new square footage would be 52,700. And that is based on 5 one-bedroom units at 1,100 square feet apiece, 14 two-bedroom units at 1,300 square feet apiece, and 2 three-bedroom units at 1,800 square feet apiece.
That's about the size of Prince Bandar's house.
Yeah,
that's very generous square footage too, I'd say.
And then those are and that was part of being a little conservative in our financial estimates also. At the 70 total units, we're talking about 77,795 square feet using the same 1, 2, 3 bedroom square footage. And at 80 total units, we're at 102,000 square feet. And at 90, we're at 127,986.
With the same size units?
Correct.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, we are over time on this, and I don't have the agenda right in front of me.
We could either take a break now, Kelly, or we can move on to review of future agendas, which was scheduled at 2:45.
Yeah, what does the board prefer to do? Do folks need a break? Steve wants.
I wouldn't mind a break.
So we do 10?
Okay. And I'll just note, I have to jump on with a meeting at the governor's office at 3, so Patty's gonna take over.
I'll just take over. Kelly, you can take a 15-minute break between meetings and take a quick nap, a
I don't have
power nap.
any input on future agendas, so thank you.
All right.
All right.
What time are we coming back?
We're coming back at 2:56.
Okay, thank you.
All right, talk to y'all later.
Are we off? interrupt the meeting. You can't talk to him until he starts.
Oh, Harry Reid is why it's at half-mast today, yeah. Till tomorrow. I'm sure there'll be another reason for it.
Welcome back. This is another continuation of the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, January 11th. And we have on our agenda, our next item is review of future agenda calendars. So, Mr. Peacock, I'm going to look at you.
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to chat with the board about is upcoming retreat location. We are having some real challenges actually finding open venue. It does look like the Cato room at the Meadows, which we've used in the past, is available. And so we're working on that for arrangements right now, and if that for some reason does not work out, the city does have available conference room space that gets us a little off-site from our own facility. That will be our backup location.
So I want to let the board know that when Charlotte said that at that point, the Meadows site is pretty pricey.
It's pretty pricey.
So
yeah.
I don't know what we want to do about that. I think the site at the city is larger than the Cato room, which is another thing. We might want more space. But I wasn't really comfortable going into the city building for our retreat. But if the board feels that's a better idea, I can work with it. Steve, please.
When they were doing the open house at the city hall and I went in that one space, I thought, man, this would be a great place for our board retreat.
Except there's no caterer.
Well, we would have to cater in, do the, like we do this salads and the sandwiches and all that kind of stuff. Charlotte's good at putting that together too, probably on a lower end of the budget than the Meadows can provide. So I'm good with either one, but I'd be okay with City Hall.
Greg, your hand is up.
Yes, and I'll be more conscious of
it's okay.
that. I certainly put it up when I intended to be up. I'm happy, and I'd love to do it in City Hall. One, I want to save the money, and two, I think we can work around the issues there. If we're welcome to use it, I'd vote for City Hall.
Francie?
I just want the fanciest, nicest place out there, whatever that is.
Well, the Cato room, the catering from the Meadows is awesome.
Gilded window edges and double French doors and lots of servants walking around serving us,
So that means you want to have it at a house on Red Mountain? And I apologize, please, Charlotte, if you're watching, I apologize if I misled you on using the City Hall building. My first response was kind of right from my gut. And I apologize if you've had to go out and do additional work because we already work you too hard. So it looks like the board would be comfortable and content going to City Hall. And I will let you know that I will help you with cleanup and setup just because I'm closest to the building, and I will be more than happy to come help you. John, you have anything more to say? You good?
That's it.
Nothing else for a future agenda?
Not at this point, no.
Do any other members of the board? Greg, your hand is up.
Yep, thank you. And I was going to say, with the treat in mind, we're still looking at increasing COVID numbers. It's pretty much running rampant here, and I just want to know if we're have an eye on a backup plan if we still have a. I'm guessing the curve is going to start dropping rapidly also as soon as it begins, and that'll hopefully happen before the retreat. But if it doesn't, what's our plan B?
John, do you have a plan?
My recommendation to the board would be to postpone the retreat discussion until you're comfortable gathering in a room together. I think the types of conversations that we need to have are going to be really difficult in a virtual environment. And so we can watch the incidence rates, but a hybrid is going to be really difficult to manage, I think.
Well, and I understand that, and I would prefer everybody be in the room. I think the conversation is much different, much better, especially for a retreat. But one of the reasons I really wanted it done early in the year was so it was done early in the year, and we don't know with COVID what could happen. So maybe we need to talk about that. If the backup plan is a one-day virtual and then do a follow-up in person, something, maybe we can do a hybrid. So John and I maybe can talk about that and figure out a good plan B. But Greg, thank you for bringing that up. We could do the little plastic Visqueen bubbles for everybody like I did to have Christmas morning with my grandkids. Grammy in a bubble. Well,
and it is an advantage of City Hall that it is a larger room for sure.
And it's got a great view plane.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it depends on what you like to look at. Cato Room has a much better view plane. Okay, any other future agenda items the board may have? Seeing none, I want
to know about how to get together with you guys about future agendas from here on out.
I think that Charlotte sent you a link. We're going to do it virtually on Thursday because of the Board of Health meeting. I will be in-house. I will be in the building. So if anybody is around, I will have my my laptop, my iPad with me. That's how I will join, and I think that's how the rest of us will join. And then Francie, Charlotte also sends out ahead of time the agendas we're going to be discussing.
So that was like 4 or 5 days ago?
Well, she followed up on a lot of stuff today.
There should be one that just came out, Francie, I think, even when we were on break.
Before that.
Okay, great.
Was it before that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I have a rather lengthy list of future agenda items, but I can discuss those tomorrow and it's a lot of cleanup and a lot of question marks.
Okay.
So no problem with that. All right. So the next item on our agenda is, I believe, open discussion. John.
Yeah, well, I'm going to pick up where Greg, on Greg's discussion a little bit. We had placed our initial building closure through Martin Luther King Day, the 17th, and had communicated to employees that we would continue to watch incidence rates and what's happening with our own employees. Ironically enough, I think both employees who are tracking our numbers are currently out. And so we are continuing to see a high number of cases in the organization, as we even talked about at the beginning of our meeting. It would be our recommendation right now. We have a known 12 out sick, which is less than we've had, but a number in our front, like, for example, in the clerk's office and such. And so we would I think at this point recommend remaining closed to the public through January 31st to give a little bit more time for this peak to go through.
John and I briefly talked about that, and I'm supportive of that. And I think I'm sorry that employees are sick. I mean, most of us, majority of us. So at the end of the day, we'll at least have antibodies running around the building. So let's hope for that, and hope everybody makes a speedy, safe, at-home recovery. So does the board have any objections to keeping us open until, or keeping us closed until the 31st?
And Patty, I just want to point out for everyone, we do have the short-term rental discussion coming up on the 26th, so we'd be running that electronically.
Well, I think, the board can either be here or not there.
Okay.
I mean, it's great when we're all in the room. So the board is still welcome. We have, as you can see, we have a lot of room at the table. So anybody who wants to join us, staff or Board of Commissioners, I will be here on the 26th. I'll be here tomorrow. And anybody else who would like to join me, please, feel welcome. You're not closing it to us for meetings, are you?
No, it's just closed to the public. Okay. It's again to reduce densities and points of contact for spread, especially with Omicron.
Okay, Greg, your hand's up.
Yeah, thank you. I certainly would approve keeping the closure till the 31st, and playing it by ear, but certainly extending what we've got. That makes sense to me. If we're done with that, I was just going to bring up that we do have a Board of Health meeting this week, and I wanted to reach out to this board just for guidance. We've had a request from the hockey community, hockey parents. Scott Ryder in particular has been bringing this forward to relax the mask mandate for hockey, and they're pointing to other communities that have done so. And I've been doing a little research on it. Our public health department has been looking at it. And I just wanted to get some input from this board. I thought it would be a pretty easy answer for them because we're seeing things shutting down rather than opening up. But yesterday or today, Eagle County just relaxed their mask mandate, which baffles me. But of course, that's causing some, a renewed effort to have us, to ask us to do the same here. So I know the Board of Health is being asked to relax the mask mandate, as the Public Health Department is as well. And I'd just like to hear what this board thinks about that.
Well, Greg, as a reminder to who might have forgotten, one of the biggest outbreaks we had was at hockey. And it was with people not wearing masks. And when you talk to any hockey players, and they kind of refer to their locker room as a petri dish. So I understand that they want to get kids back to playing hockey, but you wear enough protective equipment, don't you, when you play hockey? I don't think having to wear a mask is huge. I think we need to accommodate and get kids back out on the ice. I just want to make sure we do so safely. So I will look forward to the discussion at tomorrow's Board of Health meeting. Francie?
I think it makes a big difference whether you have a mask right over your nose and mouth when you're skating compared to having a face mask on to protect you from the puck. They're not at all the same thing. And I know that hockey players skate like hell. They breathe really, really hard. They pour sweat. And so I would like to see them be able to skate without a mask. And then when they're on the bench, they can put their mask on, and when they're in the locker room and stuff. I think it's brutal to ask them to skate with a mask on.
Well, that may be a good compromise, Francie. But to me, I think the most important thing is getting them back on the ice, getting them on the ice safely. So if we can do a compromised approach, I think that's, Greg, I don't know, I haven't read all the packet information for tomorrow's meeting, but that's definitely something, Francie, I think should be part of the discussion.
That's Penny. That's actually Thursday's meeting.
Thursday. Sorry.
And I believe that they're able to skate now. It's just the mandate is that they're masked, and that's where the issue is, I believe.
And they're mandated to wear masks while they skate, while they're on the bench, and while they're in the locker room, correct?
Right, and of course it's pretty hard to enforce or make sure that happens. And they referred to Telluride as a place that did not have the mask mandate for skating skaters. And I actually inquired with the Telluride Public Health Director and the county commissioners, and they said, Yeah, we haven't had a problem with it until we went to that tournament in Aspen and we all got sick. So, you know, maybe it's our rink. You know, I don't understand it. Yeah, they pointed back and said, yeah, we only got sick when we came to play hockey at your place. So there's an issue there. I'm not sure the physics, the actual transmission is fully understood. But I did want to get guidance from this board just so I feel comfortable when I hear from our medical people and our Board of Health on Thursday. I don't know if Steve or Kelly, or I guess Kelly's not here.
And Greg, I just added for the board that I believe staff's, public health staff's recommendation is going to be not to relax the mask mandate.
Even while you're on the ice skating. I think that should be open for conversation. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was going to say I would agree with Francie if the only time they could be was while they are skating. I will point out that we sang all our rehearsals and 3 performances of the Messiah wearing masks the entire time. And sometimes I was really short of breath. You're really sucking a lot of air and, you know, breathing a lot, singing. But we managed to do it. It wasn't as comfortable, but it was doable. And it's kind of the same way doing a sporting event. I look forward to when they don't have to have a mask on also, but whatever the guidelines are, I think we need to stick with them. I'll also point out that the research is that the only masks really worth wearing are the KN95 or K95, and the cloth masks are not really hardly effective at all against maybe it's just the Omicron variant or maybe any of the COVID ones. But I just want to point that out that we need to, if we would up our standards of what kind of mask people wear, that would help a lot also.
Well, Steve, I don't disagree with you on that. The problem is we can't even enforce wearing a mask, let alone wearing what kind of mask. So, I mean, that's the tough one. But Greg, I think you're seeing that 3 of us would like to bring into the conversation at the Board of Health meeting some kind of compromise, maybe on the ice, just to have that discussion.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning more toward keeping it the way it is personally. So I think maybe it's 2 to 2 right now.
Well, you've got 3 of us here looking at a compromise, I think. Steve, didn't you say you wanted to look at not having them wear them on the ice?
No, I think for now, have them keep it on. Right. They can suck it up and they could do that. I look forward to the day when they don't have to.
Okay.
But I don't think that day is quite yet.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, Greg, for bringing that up. And I can't speak for Kelly, but knowing Kelly in the past, my gut feeling would be that she'd want us to keep the protocol as it is.
You know, I'm reminded, Patty, of Fritz Stomberger, who was a famous alpinist, Himalayan alpinist back in the early days, who lived in Aspen, worked at the Aspen Times. His method of training, remarkably, was to tape his mouth shut and then run up the face of Aspen Mountain wearing ankle weights or, a backpack full of rocks or something. And that was how he trained himself to build his lung capacity. And I know how hard it is, and I know how upset it is for the hockey players not to be able to do their regular routine, but I'm just not convinced this is the time to make a change or to relax a rule, especially when we're seeing, so I'm actually quite baffled by the decision that Eagle County made, and I wanted to make sure you all knew about that. So thank you. I can share their letter if you'd like to see it.
Okay. And one more thing about the Board of Health meeting. I'm sure you've been getting the emails today from Scott Ryder about public comment. We do have that new venue, that new way for people to make comment. He's upset that they're not getting any actual live public comment at the meeting. You're cheering it. I don't know if the policies. Yeah.
Thank you for that. I appreciate your bringing that up. Thank you. And I have been thinking about this. My position on this has basically been, this isn't a public process deciding what our public health measures should be here. don't believe we're making this into, you know, what do people in the community think we should do. I think what we have is a medical team that we've charged with looking out for public health. So I'm not at this point, unless this board would like to create a public forum to talk about what people would like to do or not do. I think that I don't see a need to go beyond the public comment we've already made available through the medium. I've asked the public health department to make sure to collate and present that to the Board of Health, so the Board of Health hears all the comments. But I have to say, I'm concerned about creating a forum for debate, an argument, because I've never seen a real positive result from that. But I'm also looking for John Peacock and others who understand process better, and this board for how do you think we should proceed in conducting that meeting?
Well, and I just, so the public knows, after what you just said, Greg, I want the public to know that I believe, well, I know I do, and I know you do, Greg, speaking for you again, that we do look at the public comment that is submitted through that new public comment venue that we have. And I print out a lot of them, especially ones that are very different. So I have that in front of me during the meeting. So I want the public to know it's not like they just get filed away when they submit comments electronically. They're actually read, and they're actually, the points that are made are discussed. So I want the public to be reassured of that.
Thank you, Patty. I appreciate you reiterating that, and that certainly is correct. That's why I've asked Public Health to make sure that those comments are available to all the board, so they can review them. But also, I'm going to stick with this meeting at least. We're not going to invite a lengthy public forum on whether or not people think we should have a mask mandate. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Greg. Any more public comment? We need to go into a special meeting, but we've got some time we can take. Steve, please.
Two things. One, I got an email from Janet Rowland, who's a Mesa County Commissioner, and she is trying to put together a meeting of county commissioners to discuss the replacement procedure for Sharon Raggio from Mind Springs Health. And I don't know, I wanted to kind of ask the board if you thought that we should participate in that or not participate in it, in this process of county commissioners from different counties getting together to talk about what their issues are with Mind Springs Health. It sounds like a dangerous situation to me.
Unless, Steve, she's going to let us get involved into who gets appointed to the Mesa County Commissioners Board or the Mesa County Manager. But John, I think John's over here ready to comment.
Yeah, so we are in conversations with Mind Springs about setting up a meeting with the current leadership team and the funding partners in our IGA regarding both the successes and our ongoing concerns with Mind Springs, so that those can be considered during the recruitment process. I actually think it's appropriate for Mind Springs to find a role for their communities to play in this selection process, and I think advocacy there would make sense. I don't think Mind Springs would necessarily invite commissioners or such to make a final recommendation, but I haven't seen that communication, Steve.
Yeah,
I don't know if you want to forward it on.
I'll go ahead and forward it to you, and I didn't respond to it. What she sent out was a doodle poll with a whole lot of different, like 8 different days with possible meeting times that commissioners could get together. So I hadn't responded to that. I will go ahead and forward it to you.
Yeah, I think if anything, what John said, it'd be more appropriate for if the impacted communities to have a seat at the table, but I don't think the final decision should come through. Don't they have a board? They have a board. Yeah.
They're nonprofit, and they have a rather complicated board structure. But yes, there is a board there that will make the final hiring decision. The question is, how much community input do they get in that process?
Well, and I think that if our role is either as we can delegate it to staff, somebody from Pickens County may want to be sitting at that table. And Steve, thank you for bringing that forward. You
Okay,
have
and
one
then
more item?
one other thing, Patty.
Yeah, go ahead.
The opioid settlement committee that I am appointed to is, we're getting meeting dates set up. And I've worked with Larissa Dandino from our public health department and with Lindsay Maish a little bit also on getting together a team of people from Pickens County who are involved in opioid, opioid treatment, the education. There's people from the court system, from the sheriff's office, from a representative from city of Aspen, and the various people will be participating in a group of 6 meetings over the next, it's every 2 weeks over the next couple of months. So that's all coming together, and it's sounding pretty well organized and should be a fairly smooth process for deciding how to spend the money that will be coming to us for the opioid treatment and education and all of that. I'm sure there will be a lot of, I'll be giving reports as time goes on that. When there is actually money available and how, might end up being a decision of our board on how we best want to spend the money that's allocated to Pickens County.
Okay, Stephen, if you want to bring that at some point to work session time, so we, rather than open discussion, let me know and we'll see about getting some time scheduled and inviting Lindsay or whoever else wants to come in and join the discussion.
Yeah, I think we could probably do a really good presentation at some point once we've had a couple meetings under our belts.
Okay, just let me know. That would be great. Thanks. Anybody else have any open discussion? John, you're good, right?
Good. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to move on. And
Patty?
Yes.
If I could just open a discussion, just wanted to point out that today is the 75th anniversary celebration of the beginning of Aspen Mountain and skiing in Aspen, with Chair 1 and 2 were inaugurated 75 years ago today. I know they had a celebration at the mountain, which we all missed, but wanted to point that was happening. And then one other thing I just wanted to mention is that somebody who was very active in Woody Creek and Woody Creek community, Jen Schoberlein, passed away late December. And I was just sorry to see her go, and the community is probably going to, I know they're going to be having a reminiscence or memorial ceremony sometime fairly soon, but I just wanted to say that Jan approached me on several occasions. We had great conversations about where to relocate and locate a new Woody Creek Community Center, and I'm just sorry to say she didn't see that happen.
Yeah, thanks for mentioning that. And also, I know we worked very close with Meg Haynes over the airport, and her husband passed away over the holiday. So yeah, that was another one. It's hard to open the papers some days and read the obituaries or see the phone calls and the messages you get. But thanks for bringing that forward. And as far as the ski company, I did contact Mike Kaplan, thank him for the invitation, but I forgot to tell him that we needed our own bottle of champagne over here at 11:30. We could have toasted. Oh, it would just be those of us in the room could toast to the ski company's 75th anniversary. So that would have been fun today. I've been watching people ski down Little Nell all day. They're still coming down, and it's great. It's great to have that in our community. All right. I am going to now switch gears and open a special meeting for the purposes of executive session for acquisition of employee housing, discussion with council pursuant to CRS 24-6, 402-4B. And were we adding anything?
It is the same topic. We have 2 items, acquisitions under the same topic.
Okay, so we're going to have 2 items to discuss. So I need a motion.
So moved.
I got a motion from Francie, and I think Steve, I saw a second from you. So
Second.
we can shut down. I will have to be getting out of this room, so give me about 5 minutes to run upstairs, and then we will open the executive session. Francie,
Do we
you
have a
have
link or are we staying here?
no, we have to
And
go
we
to a
need,
private
We
link.
need a
And-
vote.
we need to vote on the motion.
Oh, yes, thank you, Steve. Oh, I just got an electronic shock in my chair reminding me. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you.
See you
Are we
soon.
staying here or going somewhere else?
No, we go to a private link, don't we?
John Ely sent out an exec sheet,
He sent it out this
Okay.
morning at 8:13 a.m.
and I believe it has a link.
I saw
in
it, I
there.
just didn't open it, okay.
Okay, all right, so I will see you guys in just a few. Thank you, Grassroots, thank you, Michaela. John, you're coming to join us?
Yeah, do you mind if I just sit in the room? I take it you're going to room, Bells?